Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Better move over, Jackson. Two national business publications are claiming a place called Sleepy Hollow, allegedly near Laramie in Wyoming, is the richest small town in the state. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that not only does the town not exist, but this is an example of how artificial intelligence can sometimes not be 100% accurate.
I've seen articles about Wilson being the most expensive ski town, Hoback being the most expensive place to live. These places are not towns. They are census-designated areas. They are a cluster of streets that are near a town. Sleepy Hollow, in this case, is a little suburb kind of off of Gillette, but it's not a town and it's not near Laramie like Realtor.com was telling us. So if you're looking for, a Sleepy Hollow near Laramie in the mountains, you'll be looking for a long time.
Sleepy Hollow, Wyoming, according to Realtor.com, is Wyoming's wealthiest small town with a population of about 1,800 people with what they say is a median household income of about $120,000 a year and a median home price of $400,000 a year. So far this year, 71 grizzlies have died in and near Yellowstone National Park. That's compared to a record of 72 in 2024. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that experts are saying it's not surprising and it's actually a good thing.
Every bear that is known to have died or been killed, or every grizzly carcass that is discovered, gets tallied on this report from the USGS. The total mortality turned up in 2025 was 73. 71 of those mortalities occurred in 2025. Last year had very similar numbers. You go back much further than that, numbers start dropping down into the 60s. And the consensus seems to be that a lot of it has to do with the fact there's just more bears.
The most common causes of death remain the same. Some include roughly 30 grizzlies killed for attacking livestock, at least 8 struck by vehicles, and 7 killed by other bears. 12 of the bear deaths remain under investigation, with no official cause yet listed. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it, and no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming rancher Doug Samuelson expected to hear lions while camped out in his Mozambique safari, but was crushed to hear poaching had wiped them out. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that's when Samuelson got to work and put together a coalition and pulled off the largest international relocation of lions ever attempted.
He met a guy named Ivan Carter, and they dreamed up this notion of bringing back lions to landscapes that could clearly support wild lions but didn't have any because of poaching. He convinced Ivan Carter, who runs a wildlife foundation in South Africa. They believe it's really the first time this has ever happened. This size of translocation from one country to another just hasn't been done.
Now, Samuelson and his team flew the lions from South Africa to Mozambique, which is over 1,000 miles, where the lion population has been devastated by civil war and poaching. Alta, Wyoming's Jalen Koff is one of the world's most decorated freestyle skiers and currently the athlete to beat in the upcoming 2026 Winter Olympic Games in Italy. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that Jalen started thinking about Olympic gold as a child.
Both of her parents are themselves professional skiers, so they wanted to live there, and that's where she was raised. And it's the type of place where the schools would take the kids out of session every Monday in the winter to go up skiing on the hill. And so it's a really unique community.
After winning silver in 2022, Jalen is aiming for the gold medal in the Winter Olympics in February. And that's today's news. You can get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Well, welcome to a Monday, December 8th, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We got a lot of weekend stories to track down. Hopefully you've been busy reading, keeping up with news. If not, I'll get you there. Special guests today, we got plenty. John and Tucker Bass join us. That's the father-son team that caught a record-setting bass on a 4-pound test line. They did it in Wyoming, which, last time I checked, we're not really known for our bass fishing. Largemouth bass, yeah, the record setters, John and Tucker, they're from Bass Country, Tennessee. And they moved to Wyoming, and they really, the one hitch they had coming to Wyoming is, oh man, we're going to miss all that good bass fishing, but how excited are they? Doug Samuelson, the Cheyenne area rancher, is responsible for restocking Mozambique with lions. What a guy. I mean, that's not all Doug has done. His daughter calls him a beast. Her daughter says Doug sometimes goes beast mode, and he's a noted rancher and landowner and a decorated, noted by Game and Fish, for instance, he and his wife. Doug Samuelson, we're going to talk with him live on the show today. Scott Clem will be here to talk about his latest article saying the notion that we do away with property tax, hold the phone, Scott Clem says. Former lawmaker, frequent contributor to the Cowboy State Daily. We've had him on the show a few times. Scott Clem is way smarter than you or I. Well, me, for sure. And he has an interesting piece in the Cowboy State Daily regarding property tax and the elimination of such, while the knee-jerk reaction is, yeah, love it. Scott says, am I the only one who sees something wrong with this? Dominic Valdez will be on, real estate agent in the Cheyenne area. We're going to talk about the fact that Sleepy Hollow is the most expensive place you could try to buy in all of Wyoming. Try to find it on the map. That's the hard part. It's so exclusive. It's so she that its location is kept a secret, sort of. There's no real Sleepy Hollow. But if you've got the money to buy in, a real estate agent is happy to sell you 5 acres, 2 acres, 1 acre in Sleepy Hollow. Many real estate agents real estate agents will sell you anything. But yeah, they talk up Sleepy Hollow. Dominic Valdez doesn't get it, man. He thinks it's AI slop when artificial intelligence is asked to go round up areas of Wyoming that may or may not exist. After all, what does AI know about Wyoming? Not everything. Some AI computer models consider Wyoming not real. Never mind Sleepy Hollow. Never mind a chatbot coming up with a fictional town that is the most exclusive real estate buy-in ever. Sometimes ChatGPT says Wyoming's not a real state. It could be AI slop, could be something simpler. We'll ask Dominic Valdez about it later today. And Taylor Calmus, you know him better as Dude Dad. I just got done binging some of his latest videos. He's funny, man. Dude Dad is funny. And we're going to catch up with Dude Dad and Taylor Calmus and introduce you to him. He's got a live show coming up, Rare Opportunities. See what he does live, which includes the wife. I doubt the kids. And then another comedian, Syracuse, right? I want to say Dominic Syracuse, but do I have two Dominics in one show? That can't be. Maybe. It's Monday. I'm still trying to get caught up with myself. I think, there's a couple of Taylor Calmus. There's a couple of comedians as part of the show as I try to see if it is. Where is Syracuse? I'm just going to have to do a search for it now. And your chance to see, yeah, it is Dominic Syracuse. That's what threw me off. Dominic is not a super popular name. And I got two Dominics on the show today in completely unrelated stories. Okay. Dominic Syracuse is organizing a Parents' Night Out tour. Cheyenne, Laramie. I heard Casper's in on it too. Dude Dad's going to be, I would imagine, like the feature performer, but we're going to have Dude Dad on the show later today, and that should be funny. He's a funny guy. Weather forecast for this Monday, according to Don Day, the day weather forecast. Casper, you're looking at high wind watch after 11 tonight, and that'll last through midweek, really. It's just going to be blowing in Casper tonight through Wednesday, let's say. Highs 45 today. Riverton, sunny, 44. Evanston, mostly sunny with highs 37. Green River, going to be windy there as well. High wind watch starting tonight through midweek. Mostly sunny, breezy, 43 in Green River. Mostly cloudy in Pinedale, highs in the middle 30s. Alpine snow and or rain today, cloudy 37. DuBois, patchy blowing snow in the early morning. Could see sunshine in the afternoon, but windy. 37 high in DuBois. Chance of snow in Jackson, otherwise partly sunny, highs in the upper 30s. Mostly sunny in Thermopolis with highs 47. Wow. That's pretty warm for Thermop. Cody, slight chance of snow late afternoon. Clouds on the increase, highs 46. Buffalo, mostly sunny, 45. Sheridan, a couple of degrees better than that with sunshine. Mostly sunny in Gillette with highs in the middle 40s. 42 the high in Newcastle, sunny. Sunny, breezy in Torrington with the hot spot of the state, 52 the high in Torrington on December 8th. Wow. Lusk, sunny, breezy, 46. State Capitol, high wind watch tonight through midweek. It's going to be blowing in Cheyenne. Sunny, windy today with highs in the middle 40s. Laramie, you're going to see wind as well. Highs 37. Rawlins, high wind watch Tonight through Wednesday with highs 36 today. Breezy, sunny though. So, man, we got some pretty good wind shots. I'm guessing that has to do with the Pacific atmospheric river flow or something like that. Look, I sound like I know what I'm talking about. Don Day will be on later, and he'll tell us exactly what does that, what do that, what makes the wind here tonight through Tuesday and Wednesday. We're seeing pulses of this atmospheric river, just a jet stream express. We're not on the local, we're on the express from the Pacific Ocean, not bringing a ton of moisture, but definitely breezy, and it's pushing out any chance of those cold Canadian fronts that we're just going to call vortexes now. That's new to me. Don Day's on board. I don't like to use, the terminology of the clickbait weather sites, and when they talk about a dangerous polar vortex, they make weather sound so scary. But Don Day calls them polar vortexes. He even names them locally the Hudson's Bay vortex. I used to just call them Canadian cold fronts. And we had the one that gave us a glancing blow that brought cold temps. But other than that, nothing has penetrated. Everything gets pushed out by the Pacific atmospheric river flow. I'm not kidding you. Don will say it himself. You'll believe it if Don says it, right? He'll be on later, and he'll tell us what it is. NFR results over the weekend. While the rest of us were watching football, some true Wyomingites were watching rodeo. Rocker Steiner had a good second round in the bareback riding. Wacy Shalas look good, except for on bulls. Wacy Shala used to be, all year long, Wacy's been the bull rider first, bareback rider second. But Wacy's kind of flipped the script at the NFR. Wacy Shala now rocking the bareback riding. I think he might be second in the average. He won. He was second in round 2, fourth in round 3 in bareback, and first the other night in round 4 the bareback on No Whiskey's Redlicious Meats. 87 ride for Wacy Shala. In the average, Shala is number 1 in bareback riding, but he's had a tougher time bull riding. That's Stetson Wright with a top spot, who's legit himself. Everybody was saying it was going to be a 2-man race in the bull riding between Stetson Wright and Wacy Shala, but Wacy got bucked off a couple. And he's sitting 6th, 5th, tied for 5th overall. So, yeah, Stetson Wright kind of owning bull riding. We'll go through more. We'll get Will Rasmussen. He'll be on the show with the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Road Report. And we'll catch up with him and see what's going on in the NFR as they're almost through the halfway point down there in Las Vegas. Mark Hines' story about the greater Yellowstone grizzly death toll. It's on track to perhaps break a record. Record number of grizzlies have died in or near Yellowstone. Just about tied for the record and a chance to break it because the year's not over yet, although many bears have gone into hibernation. So far this year, 71 grizzlies have died in and near Yellowstone. That's compared to the record set in 2024. That was just last year. 72 died. Seasoned black bear hunter Joe Condolis of Cody says he's not surprised. He's seeing more and more grizzlies than ever. He said this spring, Joe said, I saw 35 grizzly bears in 20 days. So, yeah, mortality's up because population is up. Here's, Washington, D.C. would spin it a different way. Those who want the grizzly bear remaining under protection may note a number like this. They may note, 72 grizzlies died last year. That's a record. This year, 71, close to a record, maybe tie it before the year's ended. Those who want the grizzly bear to remain under federal protection may note the high mortality rate. They may know, look at the fatalities. Bears are dying at a higher rate than ever. So, yeah, we can't delist them. They need our help more than ever. It's evident from how many are dying. But the other side of the coin and the spin from maybe everybody in Wyoming is, well, the more have died because more are living. There are many, many grizzly bears out there. To see 71 have died in the Yellowstone area, greater Yellowstone ecosystem, not a surprise, just sheer numbers. The most common cause of death remains the same as it has through the years, and that's bear-on-bear violence. Roughly 30 grizzlies bear-on-bear violence is probably the highest number. 30 grizzlies were killed for attacking livestock, 8 struck by vehicles, 12 bear deaths remain under investigation. Grizzly on grizzly violence only accounted for 7. 7 bears killed each other. The highest fatality rate, the highest cause of death, is removing bears intentionally, euthanasia, from bears that have gotten into trouble. 30 were killed for attacking livestock, 8 killed on the roads, highways, 7 killed by other bears, 12 remain under investigation. The mortality report compiled by USGS Interagency Grizzly Bear Management Team just released. In recent years, grizzly death tolls included 68 bears in 2021, 69 in 2018. So you see the trend, it's up. Numbers are up. The greater Yellowstone ecosystem thought to have a population of roughly 1,000 grizzly bears. So of that, mortality is 71 out of 1,000 this year. I don't know if that's could be considered normal, high, or what, because obviously bears are repopulating. To what degree? The average sow is having a couple of cubs. So, yeah, I don't know if the population remains consistent, constant, or if 71 fatalities after last year's 72 is an indication population has taken a hit. Certainly, as Joe Condelis says, if it may be Joe Condelis, I forget what Mark calls him. I call him Joe Condelis, black bear hunter out of Cody. If you just take the anecdotal evidence, there's lots of you're not hard pressed to see and find grizzly bears. Joe, who's president of the American Bear Foundation, said this spring while black bear hunting, I saw 35 grizz in 20 days. For him, he said, the eye test, there's lots of grizzly out there. That would be a high for him. Being out in the backcountry, trying to find a black bear and finding lots of grizzly bear. I want to get to Ned Ledoux. He's in the news. Tattoo regret. What happens when you want to remove that ink job? It's not so easy, and it's a little bit painful. And we got a bunch of stories about real estate in Wyoming, in Denver, in California, everywhere. Real estate is going to be a topic today as well. We'll hit all that stuff after our first break of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am an U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, we're back from break. First break of the morning on this Monday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for spending your morning with us. Tattoo regret. That's a thing. I wonder if, 20, 30, 40 years from now, how many people are going to have tattoo regret over the full sleeve tattoo stuff. Back in the day, here comes another, Jake's going to go boomer now. Back in the day, your grandfather had the one tattoo, likely got it in the Navy or in prison if you come up in that kind of family. It's just the one prison tattoo. Tattoos came in one color and they went on one place. Your arm, either the bicep or occasionally, the inside of the forearm. That was it. Since they invented the tattoo, that's what the tattoo was. Nobody got jiggy with it. That was your tattoo. On the bicep, or maybe on the inside of the forearm. You didn't tattoo anywhere below the waist, that's for sure. And you certainly didn't tattoo your forehead. And then what went wrong? America? What went wrong with the whole... Who did it first? What tattoo artist had a client in the chair and said, let's try something different? Oh, if we could just run it back to that time, then we might not have tattoo regret. We might not have to have the oops. I had an oops moment in Las Vegas. And what happened in Las Vegas didn't stay in Las Vegas. It stayed on my forehead. It stayed on my butt cheek. It stayed on my, and then you want to get rid of it. Then later you're like, that was a poor decision, bad idea. But today, the tattoo is not grandfather's tattoo. It's a different tattoo, right? Back when it came in one color, prison blue, and had a nice fade to it. And you got it in one of two places. That was pretty much it. Now, tattoo anywhere in your body. There's no place off limits. The body is the canvas, and people are tattooed everywhere. Tramp stamps. Feet. A lot of women are going for the feet because you wear shoes, you can't really see it. A lot of women opting for tattoos in places where you wouldn't know it unless you were at the beach. Unless you were on the weekend in Monaco, you wouldn't know the woman was tattooed. But, now men, women, kids, grandfather, everybody's inked up like crazy. And the trend leg tattoos, I'm probably going to disenfranchise my entire audience. I wonder what percentage of people listening right now are inked. We should do a poll. And we have the ability to do a poll, but I haven't figured it out. I get a lot going on. I just haven't had time. I DJ'd over the weekend. I DJ'd a Greek wedding, my big fat Greek wedding Saturday. It was so fun. Oh, man. It was like legit Greek with the whole traditions, the dancings in the circle, the throwing of money, apparently. I don't know. I've never seen the movie, My Big Fat Greek Wedding, but I lived it Saturday night. Playing all these Greek songs. And, oh, man, those people. Hats off to you. I won't mention the family name, but I'm so happy for the bride and groom. They look super happy. They're good people. But they set a drinking record at the establishment I was at, who I also won't mention. They drank more than anybody. And I think that it wasn't only per person, like per capita drinking amount, per weight. I think it was like overall, like ever, the highest amount of liquor. And they handled their liquor. There wasn't any drunkenness, falling down, fights like I've, occasionally could see at a wedding. Everybody was just partying. Man, the Greeks can drink. Golly, what a wedding, though. That was fun. How did I get off on that topic? I was talking about tattoos. The sleeves. Everybody doing the sleeves now. Where you're inked colorfully your entire arm or two arms. Oh, yeah, I know. I was gonna alienate a lot of people. Here's Jake's rules of tattoo. Keep in mind, I'm paid to have an opinion. Otherwise, I wouldn't share it. If you and I were just talking, I would not make a comment on your artwork, your ink. I'd just say, oh, that's cool. But on this show, when they stick a mic in front of me, I do have opinions. And gentlemen, tattoos on the legs? Nope. No. Bad idea. In fact, women as well. Don't tat your legs, women. Legs, a woman's leg is a piece of art. Why would you ruin it? Why would you break up the line with a tattoo? Tattoos on legs, just stop. Maybe down by the ankle or the foot, but no. Gentlemen, the barbed wire. Dude, that went out the day after someone thought it up. That was old the day after the first tattoo artist said, let's do barbed wire all the way around tattoo. That became old news the next week. No barbed wire tattoos, guys. And then this in general, and I cannot stress it enough, nobody should be inked above the neck. The neck is pushing it. The face, welcome to prison. You might as well book yourself a jail cell if you're thinking about tattooing your face. Yeah, you have tattoo regret if you're rocking ink on your noggin. Across Wyoming, Scott Schwebke says more people are paying big money to erase tattoos they regret having done. One technician who specializes in removing tattoos who says, get ready, it's expensive and painful, but it's possible. I tell them, don't be embarrassed because they were young and dumb. They have now grown up and they found out that it's hard to get a job with that teardrop tattoo or that Satan deal across your forehead. Yeah, guess what? You're probably unhireable. The advice of cosmetic laser technicians that tat that looked cool when you were 19, suddenly you're 29, you're like, how come nobody will hire me? Could it be the satanic tattoo in your forehead? A lot of people come in and say they're embarrassed by their tattoo, says Rachel Watson. She's a technician at Sterling Skin Care in Casper. I'd say don't be embarrassed. We were all young once. Watson treats as many as, dig this, what would you think is a high number for this is one outfit in Casper, where Casper, boy, somebody should do a poll here. I would like to do a poll of how many audience members we have, how many listeners right now have ink of some kind, have a tattoo of some kind, or how many people are clean. And then I would like to know, what is the most tattooed town in Wyoming? The most tattooed city, community, town, municipality. Obviously, my go-tos are Gillette and Rock Springs, right up there with the crime rate. It's funny, those two things go hand in hand. High crime rate, high ink. I got to think Gillette and Rock Springs are up there, but so is Casper. I'll bet the average Casper citizen, the average Casper resident has 2.5 tattoos, if I were going to ballpark it. So maybe this number shouldn't be surprising, but how many clients do you think this young lady, Rachel Watson, has at the Sterling Skin Care Casper to get a tattoo removed, tattoo regret, or you've now moved into adulthood and you found out, well, 8 tattoos might be a lot. I'm going to have just 2. Or the embarrassing one, the girlfriend, the misspelling. Oh, man, there's so much to talk about with tattoos. The misspelling. Love you, mom. Or, there's... misspelling requires 2 people to make the same error, right? Assuming you are taking an active part in getting your tattoo and you spell check your tattoo artist's work, because there's a good chance the dude inking you up has probably not gotten past 5th grade. And spelling's hard. Spelling's hard, yo. I would double check the grammar, the spelling, the whole thing if you're going to do that route. So assuming you take a somewhat active role in your own tattoo, there's no call for misspelling. That's two sets of eyeballs on the same tattoo. How could you misspell? What are some of the funniest misspellings? Funny tattoo mistakes. Yeah, bad tattoo fails. That's what I need. Yeah. Tattoo fails. Never don't give up. I love the double negative. Thanks, mother, for my life. Only thanks is misspelled and so is mother. Oh, man. Yeah, there's a lot of tattoo fails. And of course, you know, the classic tattoo removal from any laser techs back in the day was removing the old girlfriend, right? I love Rhonda. It's not Rhonda anymore. That was so last week. Now it's Stacy. Can you redo? Can you rebrand? It's like cattle rustlers back in the day with a running iron, just changing the brand. Can you change it, or you got to take it all the way off? And I can see the tattoo artist with the, you know, the pen or whatever the tool is, just hovering over the skin saying, now, how sure are we about Stacy? Is she a keeper? Because we're running out of arm space here. I've crossed out Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda. I've crossed out Melissa, Susie. Now we're down. I'm running out of skin. Are we pretty good with Stacy? Is she a keeper? So how many would you say is a lot? Rachel Watson has as many as 25 clients a week in Casper looking to get that embarrassing tattoo removed. Embarrassing or just not wanted anymore or whatever. Some of them, as pointed out in the article by Scott Schwebke, have been unlucky in love. Yep, they want the name of the former spouse eliminated. Others are just dissatisfied with how the tattoo looks. That's probably the biggest thing, is what was cool 20 years ago is no longer cool, including the artwork or where you put it on your body, or you're just sick of it. You know how you change your mind? You know how you change your mind every 2 seconds. And suddenly that tattoo from 20 months ago or 20 years ago is, I don't like it anymore. And then, as Rachel Watson points out, some are looking to get rid of the face and neck tattoos, saying they hold them back from getting jobs. Yeah. A lot of younger kids doing tattoos with their friends and they misspell words, Rachel Watson says. Oh, so that's it. These kids, stay in school, kids, before you send away for that tattoo kit. How about, you know, getting through at least 5th grade so your spelling is, kind of good? Otherwise, Rachel Watson, you're keeping her in business. She's doing the laser removal, and she's seen a lot of your victims. She recalls one client who came in after she had tattooed herself while looking in a mirror, which rendered the wording on the design backwards. Oh, God. Rachel says, I was like, what were you thinking? Yeah. Tattoo remorse, tattoo regret. It is a thing. And I would imagine with the amount of people I see inked, I would imagine it would be a growing thing. Only more. And I don't know how you remove this. The sleeve is like the most popular thing now. Athletes and rappers have made the tattoo sleeve, your entire arm tatted, the whole arm inked. I saw one the other day that's people getting tattoos. It's like all black. Like it's not even a tattoo. You're just making your whole arm black. That cannot be good for you. Oh, man. Yeah, others who do removal. Mario Harris, Casper. He was one of Rachel Watson's clients, Mario Harris of Casper. He said it was one drunken evening when he was 21 years old when he got that tattoo. He regrets he had a tattoo of a cross on his forehead. And above the bridge of his nose, he had "In God." And then below his right eye, "We trust. In God we trust." Poor decision, Harris said in hindsight. Yeah, it's usually alcohol that leads to that. Some tattoo artists, some of the better ones, won't tattoo you if you're under the influence. You bleed more, number one. And number two, tattoo regret. Yeah, through the roof. Harris underwent several series of laser treatments from February 23 through August 2025. He praised the work of Rachel Watson, and he advises anyone considering a face tattoo to double think that. Good advice. Learn from Mr. Harris. If you get a tattoo on your face, Harris says, you'll face consequences. Make sure you're settled in life and make sure you don't want a job. Ever. Yeah, tattoo regret. Interesting story. And man, I can imagine as we move into the next age, the next decade, tattoo removal services are going to be right up there. You want to look for a job that's going to be recession proof. You want to look for a job that is going to exist after AI takes over all of our jobs. One field to go in, I would think, is laser tattoo removal. Definitely. Growing industry with the amount of people that I see walking around inked today. It seems like a sure bet to get into that.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We were talking tattoos. We're going to move on from that topic, but we did get one listener chiming in on the studio line, which, of course, you can text anytime. Whenever it strikes you, reach out. 307-999-TALK. 307 is the statewide area code. One of the many reasons to love Wyoming, right? You don't have to deal with changing area codes. Wyoming and Montana both rocking just the one. I don't know what other states also, maybe Hawaii. We just got the one in Wyoming. 307-999-TALK. Please use the text line. I bought that phone number myself. I had to pay for that phone number. I got on the interwebs and I said, find me a phone number that could be sort of memorable, that would be, kind of useful for a radio talk show. So I tried all these different things. I tried to get, 999 Jake, and that was taken. Everything was taken. I was down to the bottom of the barrel. The Chinese had bought every number you could think of. Just like all the websites that you want to use. If I wanted to have a website, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, it's likely somebody in China has already bought that URL. And I got to buy it from them. Anyway, 307-999-TALK, 999-8255. Text anytime. One of our listeners said, yeah, the topic of tattoos, good topic to discuss. I absolutely hate tattoos. I don't hate tattoos. Mostly it's where you put them on your body and then where do you stop? Some people just can't draw the line. Like, okay, you've got enough. You've arted yourself up. I have one tattoo. I cannot disclose where it is, but it's in a normal place. Plus piercing. Oh yeah, the piercing of the body. The nose rings and the lip rings and all that stuff. Yeah, there was a time when there was only one place on your body you tattooed, and that was it. And there was a time where if you got a piercing, there was only one place that was going, your ear lobe. And if you were really radical, you might get two holes in the same ear. Double piercing. Whoa. What kind of rebel are you, Sylvia Plath? With your double, and now people are getting the nose ring. I can't say I like the nose ring. There's the bowl ring, that goes through both nostrils, the bowl ring. I definitely don't like that. I don't like that look. Although, you know what? I saw a guy last night at the Cowboy Bar where I was DJing. Really nice dude. And if he listened to the world according to Jake, he'd be in timeout. He all kinds of tattooed up, man. He had both arms going, tattoo sleeve. He had the bull ring, nose ring. But he was the nicest guy and he requested Merle Haggard and Diamond Real, like real country music, I saw him walking up and I'm like, uh-oh, he's going to have a weird music request. And the guy was like old school country. So careful, don't judge a book by its cover or tattoos or piercing. But in general, the nose ring, yeah, not a fan. The lip ring, never a fan. I don't get it. Don't need it. But some people, the body alterations they go through can range from just the one earring and that one tattoo somewhere that your clothes cover to what you see today, which is alteration of your face. You see some people that Botox it, or they turn themselves into like a demon. Those people are scary. Talk about unemployable. If those photos are to be believed, if they're not AI generated, the people that get horn implants, they get horns for their head so they can look like a devil, and they get injected, they got tattoos, they split their tongue, they get surgery to split their tongue so it looks like a serpent tongue. People who alter themselves to that degree, whoa. I mean, you just pray they're excused from jury duty if you're ever on trial, right? Like, oh man. You don't want these people in any kind of decision-making capacity whatsoever. Okay, enough about the tattoos, the piercings. Moving on. Jalen Koff, my favorite skier, hails from Alta, Wyoming, sometimes known as Wyoming, often known as Idaho, but whatever. She grew up skiing at Targhee. I've done a story on her. Everybody's done a story on Jalen at this point. She's a mogul skier that grew up getting like Olympic level skiing skills just by trying to follow her mom and dad. She said her mom taught her how to launch herself off catwalks. Like all the things your parents would tell you not to do on the ski hill. Let's say you have, that today's helicopter parents, today's average parent skiing with Jalen Koff, she would have never been anything if she listened to those parents. Careful on that. Oh, watch out for this is a real mogul section. You're going to want to slow down here. Remember, snowplow. No, Jalen's mom was like, here's how you hit a kicker off the catwalk. Like stuff the resort tells you not to do. Jalen's mom was teaching her how to do it better. And that's why she's going to the Olympics and we're not. Olympic skier, one of the world's most decorated free skiers, currently the athlete to beat in the 2026 Winter Olympic Games coming up in Italy. She won a silver at the 22 Olympic Games, so she's shooting for gold now, man. And she got a good chance of doing it. If you ski, by the way, if you ski Targhee, you'll see a run named for her. J-Bay, silver, I forget what it's called. I think it's it's probably a tough run. I'm sure it's challenging. But yeah, she has her own run named for her. Jalen Koff, learn more about her, catch up with the latest from her in the Zachary Sontag story that dropped a couple of days ago over the weekend. Jalen Koff, best chance for America to get gold in free skiing. She skis the moguls where it's speed and daring and style. All of it counts in the event. And I mean, she's just the best. Her speed is the name of her game and bad conditions. She skied places that, she'd rather ski when it is the most challenging because that's how she learned. So proud of her. Whenever you see her on the podium, whenever you see her holding that American flag, I get teared up, man. That is one of Wyoming's own that is headed for the Winter Olympics in the mogul skiing, free skier, Jalen Koff. She good, man. She real good. Good luck, Jalen. We're going to try to get her on the show, but this time of year, she's usually out of country. She's always out of country. She's always skiing here and there, resorts that you've never heard of. So we'll try to get her. I'm sure we'll catch up with her. She's been on the show before. Jalen Koff. Read more about her in the Zachary Sontag story. Hey, the hour's burned up. We got another one, though, queued up, ready to go. You're going to meet John and Tucker Bass. They caught a record-setting bass in the state of Wyoming. They'll be on the show next, right after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After 35 years as a dispatcher with the Wyoming Highway Patrol, Chris McGuire is retiring. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that she handled everything from domestic disputes to blizzards and everything in between.
Chris didn't set out to become a dispatcher, but at the time she was working for a hospital cleaning rooms, and she absolutely hated it. So she saw a job for a dispatcher. And she took the job, and it didn't go well initially. It's high stress. She didn't know what she was doing, and she got a call that almost made her quit. A woman called and said there are kids all over the road, and you can imagine how terrifying that was for her.
During one treacherous Wyoming snowstorm, Chris tells Cowboy State Daily she worked 37 hours straight. There have been only 2 major eruptions of Yellowstone's Steamboat Geyser in 2025, and it's been more than 200 days since its last eruption. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that scientists have no idea when it will erupt again, and it has stopped exhibiting one of its only predictable behaviors.
What scientists are concluding is that Steamboat has had another active period that lasted for several years, and now it's winding down. It could erupt tomorrow. It could erupt next month. It could erupt sometime within the next 50 years, as it has gone up to 50 years without a major eruption. Now, how likely it's that? Not very likely. The normal behavior of Steamboat is that it erupts frequently for a few years for a short period, and then it goes back to a period where eruptions occur once every few months or once every few years.
The last major eruption of Steamboat Geyser, which sent water 300 feet into the air, occurred on April 14th. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories. Real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it, and no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances. And you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Brush Creek Ranch's new chef, Nicholas Pisare, brought 2 Michelin keys to a resort in Colorado, the state's only such property. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that if he can do the same for Wyoming, that would expand Wyoming's Michelin footprint somewhere else besides Jackson Hole.
Michelin keys are a little different than stars. Michelin keys are for resorts that have dining establishments, but you can't just eat there. And so they came up with these Michelin keys to kind of recognize those places that have outstanding food. This guy has already done it once. He's very que sera about whether he'll do it again.
Pisare tells Cowboy State Daily that Brush Creek's leadership has been curious about Michelin keys and what the process is, but they're not fixated on that as a goal. Marty Simonich has driven his white 2001 Subaru Legacy sedan nearly 1 million miles. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Marty has driven through snowstorms, across the Bonneville Flats at 120 miles an hour, into at least 4 deer, and through Jackson Hole, where his odometer turned 777. He's excited to share his story. He doesn't know what's going to happen. He's got a digital readout, and it's going to hit 99999. And what's next? He doesn't know if it's going to just go to zeros, if it's going to be all exclamation points or like a congratulations. And Subaru doesn't know. Marty tells Cowboy State Daily that he has a 150-mile round-trip commute from his home to his job, but he's also taken many road trips in his Subaru. So far this year, 71 grizzlies have died in and near Yellowstone, compared to a record of 72 in 2024. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that experts are saying it's not surprising, and it's actually a good thing.
A lot of it has to do with the fact there's just more bears.
12 of the bear deaths remain under investigation with no official cause yet listed. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday, hour 2, and we welcome into the show father-son duo John and Tucker. They reeled in a monster in Wyoming. No, oh, you know what I got to do? I forgot, guys. Yeah, we got to represent, man. Bass Pro. So here's my take on your story. It's John and Tucker Bass. Okay, the first question, come on. That can't be your real last name. Did you have it changed?
No. That is, in fact, our real last name. We're originally from Tennessee. We've lived in Wyoming for about 9 years now.
All right. And you're in Cowboy State Daily story. I hope our readers, our listeners have read it. Mark Hines has the story about the father-son duo that reeled in a record-setting bass, record on a 4-pound test, and record. This is the cool. I mean, John and Tucker bass, record-setting bass species of fish on a lake or on a body of water we know in Wyoming as Bass Lake. That's like bass everywhere. So the guy on your right, if you're watching us on the YouTube, Facebook, X, on the homepage, if you see the visuals, John, Dad is on your left. That's Tucker on the right. Tucker is, 12 years old?
Yeah.
All right. So is this a record for your age, or is this a record bass for the tackle, for the 4-pound test, etc.?
So it's a record for the junior division.
Junior division.
11 through 16.
Okay. Oh, man, you got a few years. There's probably a lot of kids in the junior division who are like, I can't wait till Tucker ages out of this thing. We got no chance. So when you left Tennessee, you might have thought you were leaving bass fishing behind. I grew up, I do the bass fishing too. Largemouth, smallmouth. I like the perch. I like walleye is what, and then I came here and it was like trout everywhere. Trout's fun, trout fight. But if you're a cast and retrieve guy, which I imagine you guys are, and you're rocking the MEP spinner, you are looking for bass. So tell me about coming to Wyoming, and the only regret is, Wyoming's great, Tennessee is second best, but are there going to be any bass here?
So when we moved here, I didn't think there was going to be any bass.
And I was super excited because this one time we went fishing on Bass Lake and I saw one, and I was so excited because I'd never seen a bass in Wyoming. And it was just super exciting.
You recognize...
But the only thing I miss about Tennessee is Bass Pro Shops.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I know it's just not the same. Yeah, we can reminisce about Tennessee. Tennessee, a good state. Where were you in Tennessee? Where'd you fish a lot? Tell me where you were at.
Kentucky Lake.
Oh, yeah. So you're way that's like at the border of Kentucky, above Nashville, like north of Nashville.
Yeah.
Or no?
Yeah, so that's where my wife's family's from, is up in that area. And then I grew up on the Alabama line. So I grew up fishing in northern Alabama a whole lot growing up, in farm ponds and stuff like that. And then I worked at a place called Reelfoot Lake up in northwest Tennessee. So that was a lot of crappie and bluegill fishing. But that was before Tucker's time.
So Tucker, you recognize right away that was your first look at a bass in Wyoming. Had anybody told you you're fishing Bass Lake? You probably learned, it's called Bass Lake because there's bass in it. And you're thinking, no way are there going to be bass in here. And you did see one. When was that?
A long time ago.
That was several years ago because he was about 3.5 years old when we moved out here. So.
All right. So you've been on that water since and you've not reeled one in. Are there just not many? I think in the article you talk about being able to get perch pretty easily. Yeah.
Yeah, super easy. We catch hundreds in a day.
Oh, man. Well, leave some for the rest of us, man.
Yeah, they're pretty small.
Yeah.
Now, we've caught bass in there before, and we've caught bigger bass. The thing about this one was he had his perch rod set up with 4-pound test line, and we had been looking at some IGFA world records because the junior division was open, and I got a good friend out here that set an all-tackle record with IGFA, so I'd looked, and I knew that the world record was achievable. So when he happened to catch that largemouth bass that weighed, 2 pounds, 4 ounces, which ain't a monster. It's a good fish for Wyoming, but it set that line class record. So the way line class records work is if it's 4-pound test, the fish has to weigh at least 2 pounds to be able to submit it for the record. So, I mean, if a young kid in Florida or Tennessee or somewhere in the South wants to break the record, they probably can.
Yeah.
But for right now, Wyoming does have a largemouth bass world record, which, Wyoming's not known for big bass because our growing season for that species of fish is just so short.
Yeah, and I like to go with ultra light setup 4-pound test because it makes that 2.5-pound bass feel like a monster. Tucker, tell me what it was like, man, when he hit. It was not like these trout sort of nibbling and playing with it. When largemouth bass hits, man, you know it.
Yeah, well, I thought it was just a monster bluegill because it was fighting, and then it started pulling a lot of drag, and I was like, it's a bass. Because I was just trying to find some big perch in a deeper spot in the lake, but it was just crazy and kind of chaotic.
Yeah, now tell me, let's get technical for our anglers out there that know they're fishing. You're set up, you're jigging, you're set up for maybe a perch, a really light fish on the 4-pound test. You probably got your drag like ratcheted back. You want the perch not to, get a hard line when he grabs, but when this bass hits, he's probably taking some line from you. Did you have to adjust your drag a little bit?
Kind of had it adjusted because it's fun to fight the perch, let him drag some line. It usually doesn't happen because they're so small, but.
Right. So the perch, you had it set up so the perch is going to run with you a little bit. But then when this largemouth hits, he's like sailing away. You're running out of line, man. You're got nothing left on the spool. You must have had to ratchet it up a little, tighten it up.
Yeah, I had to adjust it a little bit.
And every fisherman knows you got to keep good tension on the line. That's the fun part of fishing, huh? Just letting the fish, playing the fish, keeping tension on the line, never slack, and then but not just a feel when the fish is done. The fish is ready to come aboard. You don't want to make that too early, especially with trout and fighting fish and cagey fish. They'll get off the line, man, if they're not ready. How long did it take? Not real long.
Couple minutes, maybe.
Yeah, probably a couple minutes, which is a pretty long fight,
Yeah.
to keep him on there. And I was like, keep the rod tip bent, like it's, keeping that pressure on that hook, and I was on the net, so I had and all I had was a little trout net, and the fish was about as big as the net. But he finally got it up there a couple times, and third or fourth time he got it close enough to the boat, I was able to dip it up for him. So, and we knew then, we was like, hey, he's like, it might be a world record. I was like, yeah, if it's over 2 pounds, we'll be able to submit it.
So tell me about that. 2 pound, 4 ounce largemouth bass. We're seeing it. Fremont County came off of what they call Bass Lake right outside of the Boyson Reservoir. Yeah. And I just shared the photo. So when you saw it, you weighed it there unofficially in the boat, but then you're like, yeah, this could be something. What do you have to do? What is that process like where you got to see if it's a record?
So it's a long application for IGFA. You actually have to take over 16 feet of the 4 pound test line off of the reel, and I send that in with the application. They test the line to make sure it tests at 4 pounds or less. And it has to be a weight on an officially calibrated scale. So we waited till that Monday and went to the local post office in Shoshone, and the guys down there were super nice to let us weigh a fish on their post office scale, and to get an official, pounds and ounces and then I had to take a sticker of the certification on the scale itself. So it's quite a ordeal to do that. You can have an IGFA certified scale, but I don't currently have one. So
don't you just have like the measure thing?
Yeah, I've got it. And they also have length records too. You can do length or poundage, so you could get on their website and see how all that works. But it's worldwide, so it's fish species all over the world that IGFA certifies. So.
Yeah, IGFA certified scale is probably hard to come by in Wyoming. Well, there's a trivia question for you, John and Tucker Bass, record-setting bass. Where was the fish officially weighed? Shoshone Post Office. That's deep in the trivia catalog. And then the other one is everybody wants to know what this fish was brought in on. What was the lure?
So we had a tungsten ice fishing jig, one of those little Northland ice fishing jigs, and then we had part of a Zoom trick worm for bass.
All right.
We figured out that the perch really like those ice fishing jigs out there, giving away our secrets, using them when it's not ice fishing. And then he decided to tip it with a little bitty piece of a Zoom watermelon seed Zoom worm, just to tip it a little bit to cover the hook. Things worked pretty good.
Nice touch. This was not ice fishing, by the way, but it was coolish. When was this? Not long ago, right?
It was August
8th.
Oh, so it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was that's bass season. Okay, August 8th. All right, so tell me just a couple more things. The fish, I see from the story, Mark Hines says you got to keep the fish just sort of like what I have to do when I deposit a check at my online banking. They, the bank says, all right, we received your check, but don't throw the check away yet. IGFA probably said, all right, we got your numbers, but don't eat that fish just yet, just in case we wanted to send some around and check it out. Is the fish consumed at this point?
Not yet.
Really?
No, we're going to though. It's in the freezer, and we got world record bass wrote on the, so
yeah,
it'll feed me and him and his mom, maybe,
It'll just feed me.
Oh, just him. It's only going to be him. He's going to eat it all by himself.
Wow. All right. He's going to go into a food coma after that. Tucker, how come you're not in school right now? You're just going to be a professional bass fisherman?
I guess so. And a wrestler.
And a wrestler. Well, you probably had to wrestle that thing on the boat. 2.5 pound in that neighborhood, largemouth bass. We're talking to John and Tucker Bass with a record-setting reel. And I'm happy for you guys. So what do you do in the winter? I know a lot of fishermen, it's kind of downtime, but I heard you talking about ice fishing. Ice fishing not as fun as fishing in the summer, where at least you got a a beer cooler and you're hanging out outside in nice weather. Ice fishing, if it's not productive, that's a long day.
Yeah. So we usually go trout fishing in the winter. And then we'll do a little bit of ice fishing probably. And then I don't know what else really.
Yeah, he's talking about trout fishing in the Wind River, below the dam, below Boyson Dam. It stays open year round. So there is some saltwater fishing opportunities here in the Wind River. So we like to do that some in the wintertime and ice fishing.
Nice. Who's that guy who I watch on TV who in the beginning of his show, it shows his outtakes. He's always falling off his boat and hurting himself. He's like a bass. Who is that?
Oh, Bill Dance.
Bill Dance, right?
Yeah.
Tucker's going to be the next Bill Dance, maybe without the, falling off his boat and all that stuff.
That's the hope.
Well, that sounds good, man. I'm happy for you guys. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Congrats on the bass. There's probably bigger in there,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's bigger.
I've caught bigger.
Yeah. You caught the little guy. You need his dad. Yeah.
And then there's muskie. So
there's tiger muskie in there too. So
I don't like that. They got teeth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like the pickerel. Yeah, I don't mess with a pike. Yeah. Well, I'll leave that for you guys. Leave us some perch, though. You've been slaying it with the perch. But, yeah, thanks for coming on, guys.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. That's John and Tucker Bass. They pulled a record-setting largemouth on a 4-pound test. A 2-pound 4-ounce bass out of Fremont County out of what they call Bass Lake, right outside of the reservoir there. Nice. Yeah, and I'm glad that Wyoming was able to step up and provide some bass fishing to the Tennessee family that grew up bass fishing. Let's get Don Day in here with a day weather forecast. It will let you know whether it's going to be a good time to do some bass fishing. I think you're not going to be ice fishing. I'll tell you that. Don't try to get out there on the ice. It's going to melt on you. Ice fishing coming up soon enough, though. Where is Don? I'm thinking about taking a commercial break, but I don't want to. There he is. Let's get Don in here. Don Day and the day weather forecast. And we're going to begin with, I think what is causing the wind? That's what I want to know. Don, I see, any kind of Canadian cold front, which that's what I used to call them. Now they're vortexes. They're polar vortexes. We had the glancing blow of that one, but right now, nothing, they're getting pushed off to the east with this atmospheric river, these flows from the Pacific Pacific West, the Pacific Ocean. We've been in that pattern and not a ton of moisture with it, but boy, it's bringing some wind.
No. Why did you say not ton of moisture?
Well, I mean, I'm by Jackson standards. I got a whole 2 inches I had to move over the last 24 hours. That's not much.
Okay. Well, the reason I stopped you there was we had 1 to 4.5 feet of snow in the mountains over the weekend.
Oh.
Okay. So this is one of these happy situations where the mountains get snow, but you only had 2 inches. So,
I see.
And we're going to see a lot of snow in the Northwest Mountains and the Northern Mountains here over the next 72 hours. So yes, the lower elevations not really wet, but we saw 30 to 40% increases in the snowpack over the last 4 days.
Oh, wow. All right. That is picking it up, adding to it fast, slow start, but we're catching up real quick. Temperatures, though, remain and going to get even warmer, which is okay for that valley floor scenario. We don't want it messing with our commute, but, man, we love to go ski on it later.
Right. Well, there's going to be an exception to that. And I will tell you, this is a really complicated forecast this week, and it really depends where you are. So for folks who are watching and listening this morning in the north, central, and northeast parts of the state, you could be single digits.
Ooh.
by mid to late week.
And a lot of wind today.
We're going to have a Wyoming Wind Festival.
Oh.
It's 5 days. It's a 5-day wind festival. And so, you mentioned it. We've got this Pacific air pushing into the state, but we also have Arctic air, and I mean deep Arctic air up into Canada. I mean, there's some places that'll be hitting 40 below up there this week. So we're right on the precipice of this Arctic air to the north and east, this Pacific air to the west. And for a good part of the state, the Pacific will win, okay? And that will keep us mild. But there's a bit of Wyoming, the Montana border, the I-90 corridor, that could get Arctic here at the end of the week.
Interesting.
Okay, so it could be 5 in Gillette, and it could be 45 in Jackson. How's that for you?
Yeah, I see that. Well, that explains it. And it definitely explains the wind, and it explains two different weather patterns that are colliding right over the state of Wyoming. And I imagine, that does get complicated. Where do you draw the line? Where is the bouncer that says, no, polar vortex, you're not coming in here? The bouncer from the Pacific Ocean. Where does the velvet rope land?
Well,
in
our
Wyoming?
our bounce in Wyoming is the Continental Divide.
Yeah.
Because, Arctic air is close to the ground. It's heavy. It's dense. So Arctic air masses tend to be thin. And when I mean thin, vertically, they're not really deep. So that's why, what's the lowest point of Wyoming?
Wait, don't tell me I know this. It's Aladdin, up around the Aladdin northeast. Yeah.
Right. It's on the Belfouche River. Okay. So that low point allows that Arctic air easier access when we're right on the edge of it. So you'll see that Powder River Basin have some of that cold air leak in from the northeast and the north, but it can't get deep enough, let's say, to get over the Bighorns or get over the Wind Rivers. So that is really a way to understand these Arctic boundaries in the state. You really got to know your geography, and you got to know your topography.
Yeah, which makes it hard for the national forecasters, I would imagine. You got to be pretty local. You got to be pretty Wyoming savvy. And Don, there's been weeks where you just put your feet up and you and the European model had a cup of coffee.
You have to work all of a sudden.
This week does seem very, very complicated. Above average high temps in some part of the state, cold in other, and how much snow. Everybody, that's all they want to know. And you got a lot going on.
Yep. And it all depends on where you are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continuing. Don Day with a day weather forecast. Yeah, tricky week. We do know with certainty wind in many places. Casper, hang on to your hat. Gonna be windy there. Gonna be windy down in Laramie, Cheyenne. Gonna be windy up in Gillette. And yes, some folks enjoying, maybe not this time of year, rain this week. Especially midweek, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, warm enough to rain in the valley floor, but bringing snow to other areas, depending on where you are, as Don Day says. Weather complicated this week in the state of Wyoming. Let's get a break. I'm coming right back at you. Don't go far.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. Yeah! Oh, I thought you were on my team. Wait.
Hey, let's look into this day in history. I'm going to do it a little earlier today than normal. We have a jam-packed hour next hour, and really a lot of guests coming up. Doug Samuelson coming up later this hour. He's the Cheyenne area rancher that took it upon himself and with some helped restock the lion population over there in Africa, in Mozambique. It's just typical Doug Samuelson, something you would expect of him. Large landowner of the year, Game and Fish. That was back in 2021, 22, something like that. 21, I think. He'll be on in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at this day in history. It was 1868. Crook County was created out of portions of Albany and Laramie counties. Crook County, originally named Peace County, Pease, but then renamed to Crook. This day, 1868, made Crook County. 1869, year later, Territorial Governor Campbell approved measures to ask Congress to establish a prison in Laramie and acquire a location for such. 1869, also, Louis Riel issues a declaration of the people of Rupert's Land and the Northwest, declaring the sale to Canada of Rupert's Land. All right. 1873, this day, territorial legislature moves to a bill to move the territorial legislature, to move the capital to Evanston. A bill was introduced on this day. Obviously, it did not go. I don't know what happened to the bill, voted down, stuck in the drawer or whatever, but the Evanston would not become the state capital. That's Cheyenne's honor. 1875, Territorial Governor Thayer approves an act creating Peace County. So, I'm sorry, I got my counties mixed up. Crook County, created out of Albany and Laramie counties, was established this day in 1868. It's Johnson County that was original Peace County. 1875, Governor Thayer approved an act creating what would become Johnson County. 1941, this day, the FBI warned Japanese residents of Rawlins to be discreet. Interesting. It was the same day, by the way, that Japan officially declared war. This day, December 8th. Now, remember, over the weekend, we had Pearl Harbor, December 7th. But this day, December 8th, a day later, Japan officially declared war on the United States and the UK. Same day, the FBI told residents in Rawlins, if you're of Japanese descent, keep it on the down low. Your country just went to war with this country. I thought it was interesting to read some of the actual rhetoric, some of the words from the release. These are the words of the Emperor of Japan. This day, 1941, a day after Pearl Harbor. Talk about a sneak attack. There was no hostilities. There was indication Japan was unhappy with things happening in the British Empire, of the United States. There was maybe indication, but it was a surprise to the United States for sure. Here's what the Emperor of Japan issued, the statement on this day in history. By the grace of heaven, Emperor of Japan, seated on the throne occupied by the same dynasty from time immemorable, enjoin upon ye, our loyal, brave subjects, we hereby declare war on the United States of America and the British Empire. The UK's response came from Winston Churchill. You may have heard of him. On this day in history, actually late last night, December 7th, His Majesty's government in the United Kingdom learned that Japanese forces, quote, without previous warning, either in the form of declaration of war or of an ultimatum with a conditional declaration of war, had attempted landing on the coast of Malaysia, bombed Singapore and Hong Kong. This is a statement from Winston Churchill. In view of these wanton acts, unprovoked aggression committed in flagrant violation of the international law, and particularly Article 1 of the Third Hague Convention. And I love it. Only the English could understate war by, it's such a English thing to de-escalate any situation. I love the way Winston Churchill puts it as compared to what you'll see the United States with President Roosevelt, what he said. But in the words of Winston Churchill, notice the UK understatement, the classic de-escalate. Churchill speaks in the past tense when he says the United Kingdom and between the Imperial Japanese government and the United Kingdom, a state of war exists between our two countries. Classic a state of war exists. Meanwhile, President Roosevelt had a little more sharper words. He called it despicable act on behalf of Japan. Hostilities exist. There is no blinking at the fact that our people, our territory, and our interests are in grave danger, President Roosevelt said. And Roosevelt went on to say, I asked Congress to declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly, that's the word he used, dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, a state of war now exists between the United States and the Japanese Empire. President Roosevelt did allude to the fact that the two countries were in talks to make sure everything was kosher. I think President Roosevelt said he talked about the attack yesterday on the Hawaiian Islands, causing severe damage to American naval and military forces, the loss of lives, yes. And Roosevelt went on to state that the United States was at peace with that nation, meaning Japan, and was still in conversation with its government and its emperor, looking toward the maintenance of peace in the Pacific. Indeed, 1 hour after Japanese air squadrons had commenced bombing, they received the message of Japan's intent to declare war, right in the middle of what the United States thought was productive peace talks. Interesting. Roosevelt did say because of the distance, it will be recorded that the distance of Hawaii from Japan makes it obvious this attack was deliberately planned for many days or even weeks ago. Perhaps while we were talking with Japan, and obviously false statements made on the behalf of the Japanese emperor. Yeah, and all that happened. Declaration of war, World War II, this day, 1941. 1953, President Eisenhower delivers his Atoms for Peace address to the UN. Artist Hans Keebler died at his home in Dayton, Wyoming on this day in 1967. And on a cold, cold day in Sheridan, there was also a 4.1 magnitude earthquake. 1972, 4.1 in the Thermopolis area, while on the same day, Sheridan experienced a record low of minus 30. So take note of that. Today, minus 30 in Sheridan. In 1972, fast forward to today, and 60-degree difference, more than that. Significant. Let's, we're not going to take a break. We're going to rodeo. Who's ready for that? I want to see what's going on in the NFR, the Western Ag Network. It's Will Rasmussen with an update on Las Vegas and the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from the City of Lights, Las Vegas, Nevada, and the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo on the campus of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. The top money earners, they call it the Top Gun category, and it's worth some great bonuses. It's been a Stetson Wright week, but there's some others right there challenging Stetson Wright. We'll talk about it coming up.
Your herd needs protein. When the seasons shift, so do your herd's protein needs. SmartLick protein tubs deliver consistent nutrition that drives performance, helping cattle make the most of available forages, maintain condition and power through winter efficiently, giving you peace of mind. Feed smarter, not harder. Go to smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com to find your dealer.
Ranchers, the Blue Ribbon Stock Cow and Bred Heifer sale at the public auction yards in Billings, Montana is one of America's best. And on December 9th and 10th, over 2,500 bred heifers and 5,000 bred cows sell, including the MC Ranch Company's total dispersion of 1,000 mixed-age cows, 100 bred heifers, and 50 summer and fall pairs. Sale time is 9 a.m. both days. For a complete listing of consignments, visit publicauctionyards.com.
The highest money earner so far in the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo is Stetson Wright. He has won $112,300 in the bull riding, $72,000 and some change in the saddle bronc riding for almost $185,000 through 3 rounds so far. Ty Erickson of Helena, Montana, the steer wrestler, the world champion, having a great finals, $98,000 to his credit. Reigning world champion barrel racer Cassie Mowry from Texas, just over $76,000. And the team roping team of Caden Profili from Texas and Lightning Aguilera from the Lone Star State as well, $75,800. The barrel racer Haley Kinzel And three-time champ of the world, $75,600. And right behind her is the team roping team of Andrew Ward from Oklahoma and Jake Long from Kansas. Now, Haley Kinzel tipped over a barrel in round number 3. That will hurt her chances to win another world title and the Top Gun Award. We will keep you up to date the best we can. From the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Rodeo Roadshow and the Western Ag Network.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. We welcome in Wyoming's Doug Samuelson, Wyoming rancher. Doug and Susan, right? You got that spread outside of Cheyenne, the Warren Ranch. Game and Fish recognized you back in 2015 when they do their Landowners of the Year and stewardship for how well you're taking care of that ranch there. And I know you've been supporters of the women antelope hunting for a long time. I know some women in my area who do that hunt. And so, yeah, big thanks for supporting the women's Wyoming women's antelope hunt since 2013. Doug is in the news today, over the weekend, Cowboy State Daily. He found himself in Mozambique. You must have took a wrong turn, Doug. What were you doing over there in Africa? You were camping out, living your best life, best retirement life, and you did not hear lions. That's where we pick up the story. Where's the lions roar in Mozambique? When was this? This is back a while ago.
That was back in 2015, and a friend of mine, Ivan Carter, wanted me to see that incredible wilderness with all the wildlife because he knew we were into wildlife big time, and I have a wildlife biology degree from the University of Wyoming. But anyway, I had been in Zimbabwe a few years earlier, and one of the most spellbinding things I ever heard was these lions at night. It's not the roar you hear in MGM. It's a very low sound that travels miles. And Dan Gabella might have said it best in that article. He said, you almost feel it. And I was sure we'd see it. And then I was so disappointed when Ivan said, no, after the Civil War in Mozambique, they just were all poached out and killed out.
Yeah, we're going to talk about how Ivan Carter and the Cabela family factor into this story. Doug Samuelson, so he's over there in Mozambique, and is it just the male lions that roar, or do the girl lions roar too? I don't know.
Well, they can make a growl, but that roar that you hear at night is the males.
I've been over safari at a park, you know, and I've seen the lions everywhere, but this is a different situation. Why are the lions poached, Doug? What do you understand? I know it gets super political, but you know, we hear about the elephants for their tusks and all this. Why are they going after the lions?
They will catch anything that they have. It's not just the lions.
Yeah.
And it's like if you were in a national park, they have rangers that protect them.
Yeah.
But they have one word in Africa for meat. It's chama. And whether it's a rat or an elephant or a lion, they're going to eat it and sell it for bushmeat. So that's they just put up snares and traps and catch everything that comes by. And lions are real easy to catch. They travel the same things, and they can sell the claws and parts of the body for aphrodisiacs in Asia. And so they're, you know, it's not true, but that's what they do. And they'll make all the money they can off of them.
Well, so the big draw of, you know, taking a trip like this, spending time in Africa, doing the safari thing, the big draw is the wildlife, especially for a wildlife biologist, especially from somebody from Wyoming we love our wildlife. And what a disappointment to go there and find out I don't see any lions, what's going on. And then you're told they're all poached out of here. They're all, you know, so how did this become? Was it you and Ivan Carter that were just kicking around the idea? Like, that's a shame there's no lions left in Mozambique, where neighboring countries probably have some lions. Like, how could we get a lion or 2 or 3 or 20 in here? Like, it went from idea space to like actually happening.
That's exactly what happened. Ivan and I just love sitting around campfires, drinking coffee in the morning, at night, and I was disappointed with it. I'm kind of the big picture guy. I said, I wish there were lions here. Ivan's a detail guy and a big doer guy, and he doesn't think small. He's from Zimbabwe. He was a refugee from Zimbabwe when Mugabe took all the farms and the land from the farmers there. Anyway, Ivan said, well, we ought to see about bringing them in here. And I said, good luck with that. You got to go across 2 countries through all these tribal areas that you need permits. And of course, it's very expensive. And now my big picture kind of ended there until they had them back. But 3 years later, Mark Haldane, the concession owner, he loved the idea. He wanted to see them and get that ecosystem back to what it was 100 years ago. And lions were a big thing that were missing it. And they were being overpopulated by warthogs and reedbucks and a lot of these, you know, eating too much of it. And so they'd be a good piece. 3 years later, they did it. I thought it might take 20 years or never. And somehow those guys got after it. Dan Cabela got involved, actually Mary Cabela, the mom, who actually grew up in Casper, Wyoming. So another connection.
I was surprised to see that. Everybody loves Cabela's. And if you've been to the flagship Cabela, in Sydney, somewhere in Nebraska, right?
Sydney, you're correct.
Yeah, I mean, we all love Cabela's. Yeah, the Mary Cabela of the Cabela name. So I just want to circle back to Ivan Carter. I would have had it backwards, Doug. I would have thought you're the big picture dreamer guy. You say, hey, why can't we get 24 lions in here to Mozambique? Should be easy. And it would be Ivan, the one who says, do you have any idea what kind of paperwork that's going to require? But it was it was you who said, well, this is going to be really daunting. And was it Ivan who had to do a lot of the heavy lifting? I mean, he's the local Wildlife Conservation Alliance. It did take quite a bit, huh?
It does, but Mark Haldane, who was the concession owner of that Catada 11 in Mozambique, he had to do yeoman's work. You have to get the government involved, and he had a great relationship. They liked him because he was a conservationist. You have to get the local tribal chiefs involved, and they're the tough one. If you don't involve the community, you're not going to get it done. And the first thing he did was go to the chief, and the chief said, yeah, that's our spirit animal. We want to see him back, which about made us cry. So when he wanted it on his end, that's huge. And, you have to have community relationships. And the Cabela's had been there before, too. They knew about this concession, and they'd already put money into a school and a hospital and all kinds of, I shouldn't say hospital, clinic. So a lot of that was done. But then going from South Africa, goodness, it was, like Ivan said, it's like drinking out of a fire hose.
I'm sure there was a lot to it. So Ivan Carter, you and Ivan are dreaming up this idea at camp, and it starts to become reality. We start to see it materialize. Dan Cabela, Dan and Ivan start talking, and we realize we're going to need a lot of boots on the ground, knowing how to navigate. That's Ivan's job, but it's also going to require money. I mean, to get a lion from South Africa to Mozambique, you don't just, walk in front of them with a stake. You got to fly these things in night. Like, it required some money. So, hey, let's get Cabela's involved. Dan said, I don't know, maybe my mom, we're committed to a lot of game in Africa. Like, we're there for the cause. We always have been. Is Mary ready to write a check? And then you went to Mary Cabela, now deceased, God rest her soul. But Cabela's did get involved. Wow. Talk about stepping up.
It really was. And meeting them, I accidentally met him. We were at a fundraiser in Texas talking to this great lady. We didn't know who they were. And Susan's talking to her, and she said, well, I'm from Casper, and my wife's from Casper. And she said, oh, really? And she goes, yeah, I moved to Sydney, Nebraska. And then the name Cabela's came up. Well, that's a very unique name. We all knew it. So,
yeah.
And it's funny, Mary and my wife uncannily look alike. So they hit it off and became close friends. But she's a doer, and they've always been into conservation. And Dan has a TV show called Hard Truths About Conservation, I believe it is. And it involves hunting and what it takes. But no, I never did find out how much money. I don't need to know how much money, but I'm sure you could say $1 million. But then you have to do the anti-poaching and helicopter control. And so it's a big time deal that they've come up with. And I don't need to know how much, but I'm guessing it was well over $1 million.
We're talking to Doug Samuelson. One last thing, Doug. Yeah, you just sort of hit on it. This is not just a one and done. You don't just bring in lions and then walk away, because we know what's going to happen. We know there continues to be poachers. The reason lions prowl Mozambique today is in large part due to Doug, Ivan, the Cabela's, everybody getting together. 24 lions released in 2018 have now become some 100 across 2.5 million acre habitat. What is done today, Doug, to make sure we don't go backwards to poach, anti-poaching? We got eyes on, right?
Yes. And Mark Haldane hired some great biologists. There's 2 staff biologists. Ivan has had and the foundation that he has, the Ivan Carter Wildlife Conservation something, I don't know, ICWCA. It's something like that. And I'm on the board. I should know, and I'm the treasurer. But anyway, Mark Haldane now has taken over that, and the Cabela's are still funding these biologists. You have to have collars on them and know where they're at, constant monitoring them. And I don't know what the carrying capacity of lions is. Nobody does yet. But if you don't constantly have those helicopters, this is a wet environment. They need to be in the air, and they do daily poaching patrols. There's poaching patrol people on the ground. So it'll never end, but there's ways they're making money for it, getting the villagers involved. We planted them rice so they can harvest rice, and now they're farming rice, making a lot of money. Ivan's got them raising bees, so they're making a lot of money. So the villagers in the area don't have to poach. They have an income, plus they work. A lot of people hired there. So it's you just don't have a bake sale and you get money from somebody one time. Most of them run from you when they see you. Not Cabela's. They roll up their arms and go after it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Doug. This is more than just a Band-Aid, this one and done fix. This requires a commitment, ongoing commitment that is more than just making sure that nobody points a rifle at these lions. It's feeding communities so they don't see them as meat. What was the word for meat?
Choma.
Yeah.
Almost in every language.
Not
doesn't matter. Elephant, rats,
choma.
whatever.
Not choma. Spirit animal. Let the lions live. Doug, hey, make sure if you see anybody, the Cabela's, Ivan, whoever was a part of this, tell them a big thanks on our behalf. We appreciate it. The fact that we can see lions in Mozambique, that's good stuff.
I'll tell them that today. I'll text them right away. And
tell them
what a great job you've done.
We are all about it. Just don't come to us for money, but
I might shake Jimmy Orr down now. I've known him a long time.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on.
You bet. Thank you, Jake. You did a great job.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We're out of time this hour. We got to take a top of the hour news break. Wow. Read more about how Doug Samuelson, Doug, Susie, and a whole bunch of people got together to make sure lions roam Mozambique like they should. Time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Better move over, Jackson. 2 national business publications are claiming a place called Sleepy Hollow, allegedly near Laramie in Wyoming, is the richest small town in the state. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that not only does the town not exist, but this is an example of how artificial intelligence can sometimes not be 100% accurate.
I've seen articles about Wilson being the most expensive ski town, Hoback being the most expensive place to live. These places are not towns. They are census-designated areas. They are a cluster of streets that are near a town. Sleepy Hollow, in this case, is a little suburb kind of off of Gillette, but it's not a town and it's not near Laramie like Realtor.com was telling us. So if you're looking for, a Sleepy Hollow near Laramie in the mountains, you'll be looking for a long time.
Sleepy Hollow, Wyoming, according to Realtor.com, is Wyoming's wealthiest small town with a population of about 1,800 people with what they say is a median household income of about $120,000 a year and a median home price of $400,000 a year. So far this year, 71 grizzlies have died in and near Yellowstone National Park. That's compared to a record of 72 in 2024. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that experts are saying it's not surprising and it's actually a good thing.
Every bear that is known to have died or been killed, or every grizzly carcass that is discovered, gets tallied on this report from the USGS. The total mortality turned up in 2025 was 73. 71 of those mortalities occurred in 2025. Last year had very similar numbers. You go back much further than that, numbers start dropping down into the 60s. And the consensus seems to be that a lot of it has to do with the fact there's just more bears.
The most common causes of death remain the same. Some include roughly 30 grizzlies killed for attacking livestock, at least 8 struck by vehicles, and 7 killed by other bears. 12 of the bear deaths remain under investigation, with no official cause yet listed. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it, and no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming rancher Doug Samuelson expected to hear lions while camped out in his Mozambique safari, but was crushed to hear poaching had wiped them out. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that's when Samuelson got to work and put together a coalition and pulled off the largest international relocation of lions ever attempted.
He met a guy named Ivan Carter, and they dreamed up this notion of bringing back lions to landscapes that could clearly support wild lions but didn't have any because of poaching. He convinced Ivan Carter, who runs a wildlife foundation in South Africa. They believe it's really the first time this has ever happened. This size of translocation from one country to another just hasn't been done.
Now, Samuelson and his team flew the lions from South Africa to Mozambique, which is over 1,000 miles, where the lion population has been devastated by civil war and poaching. Alta, Wyoming's Jalen Koff is one of the world's most decorated freestyle skiers and currently the athlete to beat in the upcoming 2026 Winter Olympic Games in Italy. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that Jalen started thinking about Olympic gold as a child.
Both of her parents are themselves professional skiers, so they wanted to live there, and that's where she was raised, and it's the type of place where the schools would take the kids out of session every Monday in the winter to go up skiing on the hill. And so it's a really unique community.
After winning silver in 2022, Jalen is aiming for the gold medal in the Winter Olympics in February. And that's today's news. You can get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Well, hi, Dale.
Hey, Jake, how are you?
I'm good. Dale Killingback is with us, Cowboy State Daily. And we're going to talk about, let's see, first thing do you remember that TV show? It used to be a game show, and they had celebrity contestants, and they were shown an object from the past, like a relic, antique from the past, and you didn't know necessarily what it was. It was so old and obscure, nobody knew what it was. So the 3 celebrity panelists would make up a story about what the object was. Let's say it was a fence post pounder that anyone in the West knows as, you know, the thing you drive the fence post in. So that the one celebrity guest would have the true answer, and the other 2 would make up fictitious backstory for whatever the object was. We're going to play that same game. Do you remember that, Dale?
I don't. Sorry, Jake.
Darn it.
I must have been turned out when that happened.
Dude, you're ruining the whole bit, Dale.
Sorry.
Okay, so here's the object. It's in Dale Killingback's story. There's a photograph of this thing, and I am going to be the celebrity guest that has the correct answer. This object you see is, of course, a cow catapult. It's how ranchers warred with fellow ranchers. If there was a big feud, you would just catapult if his cattle got over in if they broke the fence down and you wanted to send them back where they came from, you would catapult them with this thing. Is that right?
Close, very close.
Kind of close. Beaver slides, if you're not from the West, these things might look funny to you. What made you think of this story, Dale? Did they have you perplexed when you came across one, or did you just think most people may not know what these gadgets are?
Well, there's a rancher that posted just a picture of it on his social media. And so we thought, I had no clue what it was. Absolutely. So, I started digging into it. We thought it'd be a cool, what the heck is this thing post? And it was. I've gotten quite a bit of feedback about the beaver slide. And it was interesting digging into the history of it and these two ranchers in Montana that decided they had, I guess there was some type of device sort of like that, but they improved on it, got a patent on it back in 1910. And then that area of Montana, I guess it's called the Big Hole Valley. Is that right? I guess a lot of ranchers started using the beaver slides after that. So, yeah. So interesting device, and you can still find it in use up at a ranch that the National Parks Service operates in Montana. They use it 3 times a year and show the public how the beaver slide actually worked.
Yeah, it was the way to load that hay wagon back prior to, hydraulic fluid. If you just had horsepower, it's really cool. I didn't, I knew of it. I knew what this thing was, but in any good Dale Killingback story, he takes a deeper dive and he uncovers stuff I did not know. Like who first thought of it? I had no idea there was a patent on it. You got some pretty smart ranchers up there in Montana. Yeah, we learned a lot about the beaver slide. Very cool.
Yeah, it was a fun story to do.
Yeah, and a lot of people, that kind of story just generates so many comments online. When I saw the post for that on Facebook, I thought, oh, this is a winner. People are going to love to speculate what it is, or they'll love to make fun of non-Westerners who don't know what it is. And and then, people just with the oddball cow catapult comment like I had. Pretty fun story from Dale. Hey, what about, this makes me mad, Dale. These Cheyenne's Journey Center for Families, it's a place to give families who maybe are temporarily without a home just a leg up. You see these charitable organizations, and I hate to think that one would be taken advantage of, but this nonprofit for the homeless was abused. Like, some people just did not do the right thing. And are they going to have to close for good or close to repair? But some families just, they wrecked this place. They trashed it.
Yeah, some families got in there. Actually, it was back in September. Some families were there and they totally trashed it. And so they were going to close it for, until they could get the money to get it repaired. But then there were some other families that showed up and said, hey, we're living in our car. And they gave them this sad story. And so they opened it back up just to let them get a roof over their heads.
Oh.
The first night they're there, they throw this alcohol fueled party, and then they leave it totally trashed with bottles and rotting food in the fridge and all this kind of stuff. And so the shelter said, hey, we got to close this thing. They told me that there was 3 toilets basically destroyed in a 3-month period. There was a door ripped off. There was the walls all need to be repainted. And it's just sad. They're sad because they want to help people, but people don't respect. They said it's different. This past year has been different than in previous years where, they've had some really good families and stuff, but it seems like they have a run of some families that just don't want to be thankful to have a roof over their head, and have a place with nice facilities.
I mean, it's just really frustrating when you see, you try to do the right thing, or there tries to be an effort to help, and you see that abused. It's not just, it's disappointing, and then it's long lasting. It has implications what you did, you family. That means the next family that may be truly in need that could make use of this, they're going to be left out because of your behavior. Oh, I hate to see that. Where this is in Cheyenne, yeah.
Cheyenne, yeah. And the good part though, Jake, is that they told me that a contractor, and actually I got an email afterwards too from another contractor that wants to step in and help and try and get some material donated. So the cost is going to be less than it might have been. So it looks like there's hope that after the first of the year they're going to be able to get in there and fix things and then reopen at some point.
Yeah. I mean,
year.
Hopefully, you get burned once, you get burned twice. It takes a lot to get back up and offer this place again to the next family. But I hope that turns out okay. I hope things turn out for this Douglas couple. A big fire this time of year when you're running a wood stove or your furnace for the first time in a while, or your chimney's not cleaned as. This time of year, we tend to see fires when it starts getting cold. Judy and John Naughton, man, that was a fire. Took his whole tool shed, all his tools, and the house.
Yeah, a good portion of the house. The fire, I guess the tool shed was like 3 feet away from their house. And what's really scary is that the wife said that about 6 o'clock in the morning they were up, but the neighbor comes banging on the door, and she had gotten up and looked out the window and saw this glow. Turned out to be their backyard cottonwood tree was all ablaze from the tool shed. And so the couple had no idea that their house was about to catch on fire. And so they were able to get out of the house. But yeah, they lost, I think the kitchen and another room, and now every smoke damage and water damage. And so now there has to be some major fixing up inside the house, and the tool shed is completely gone.
Yeah.
And they thought it was a wood stove. The fire department initially said it was a wood stove that was operating within the tool shed. They think that caused the fire.
Yeah. There's no good way to be alerted of the fact that your place is on fire, but that's got to be right up there with the worst. You're just having your morning coffee and the neighbor's like, there's a fire in your backyard. What? Yikes.
Yeah, they just step out and they see, feet away, flames coming out of the roof.
Dang.
That's man.
I can't imagine, because we're so hooked on our stuff. In this case, John, I mean, he uses his tools. He happened to be, it's downtime winter right now, but yeah, your livelihood, your clothes, all your stuff, man, in a fire. That's so hard. Is there some kind of funding effort underway, a GoFundMe? Oh, yes, there is.
There was a GoFundMe put together. And so people have been responding to that. And they're hopeful, but, just shocked by the loss for sure.
Yeah. More fire. Boy, I hate to even ask because Tammy Jo Schaefer, what the burns. I can't imagine the pain involved with, 3rd-degree burns. Tammy Jo Schaefer. What have an update on her, the 55-year-old Gillette woman?
I do not have an update on her, but what we know is that 5 o'clock in the morning that was a week ago, last Friday, she got up and there was some kind of fire. The fire department didn't want to release any details about what the fire was, but she tried to put it out with a towel, and the towel caught fire, and then it caught her on fire.
Oh.
But the amazing thing is that she was able to call the fire department, and her daughter told me that she was watching their dog, and so she let the dog out, made sure the dog was out of the house, and she came out, but she has burns on 20% of her body and had these other physical conditions that put her in the ICU down in the Denver Burn Center. So she was fighting for her life.
Tammy Jo Schaefer, now at the University of Colorado Health Burn and Frostbite Center, and I'm sure on a long road to recovery. Dale, good stuff. Thanks for your reporting. What are you working on now? Something juicy you can give us a heads up?
Oh, I can't give you a heads up, but I'll try and make it juicy. But we'll see. We'll see how it comes out. You know how it is, Drake.
Well, you got to wait to see who's arrested, because a lot of Dale's beat comes out of a courthouse. And that's probably not juice. Nothing you have control over, but Yeah.
I got some fun features coming up, Jake, but I can't say right now because I'm trying to get a hold of people, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's what I want. I love your history stuff. Yeah, I live for that over the weekend, Dale.
Great.
Hopefully you'll be able to pop a few of those on. Hey, thank you. Have a great Monday.
You too. Bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Dale Killingback. Check out his stories. What the heck are those contraptions you find out on a ranch in a hayfield? Well, it's all about hay. They got one here in Jackson Hole that's pretty much an antique, a relic. I haven't seen that thing work in decades. Of course, hay ranchers in Wyoming, you know, the number one cash crop in Jackson Hole is cash. Not many doing hay anymore, much less cows, but we do have one of those beaver slides in Jackson Hole. Residents trash Cheyenne homeless center, closing it for the holidays. That's just bad news. File that under "This is why we can't have nice things." And a Douglas couple that escaped a fire that consumed pretty much most of their house and his whole man cave. All the tools lost, everything gone. John and Judy Naughton just trying to recover from that. And Tammy Jo Schaefer, another fire as she undergoes burn treatment. I've heard that is like the worst kind of pain. Constant, intense, like burn victims. Oh man, Tammy Jo, thoughts are with you this morning, this Monday. Let's take a break. We'll be right back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some tired, stale morning show. Hey, it's Jack and Jill on Z108. Coming up, we'll talk about nothing and laugh at our own jokes. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a Monday. Scott Clem is with us. It's always good news when Scott is here. Scott, we got to be more regular than we've been. Is that possible?
Yeah, you bet. We can do it.
Good. Let me hear your audio again. You're a little low.
Hello?
No.
Try to move the speaker up a little bit. The microphone. Better?
Better. Normally, your audio is
better?
very, very good. Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just look at my settings here real quick.
Yeah, normally you're like my favorite audio guy. Like you always got it dialed in. It just seems a little low in volume. But yeah, check that out. I want to talk about your latest column, this frequent contributor to the Cowboy State Daily, Scott Clem. Why would we give more power to state government? Scott writes, will changing the Constitution benefit some while harming many others? I question the wisdom of transferring more of the people's inherent power to the government. Am I the only one? I think we all, most of us, believe that government's role is to serve the people. Government works for us. Politicians work for us. The original intent of the forefathers in American government was to set it up this way, although we may have strayed a little bit at this point. But we're going to talk in particular, Scott, I guess about property tax. I did not see this coming. I did not think of this. I like the government to have less power, the people to have more perceived power. That's the way it's supposed to be. But I didn't think of this. If we're talking about eliminating property tax, it sounds knee-jerk, good thing. I love that. I don't have to pay property tax. But hang on, Scott says. Scott's going to bring the wah-wah moment. Let's just dig right in. Where do you want to start? It's the notion that we may be eliminating property tax. Legislators Joint Review Committee has created a bill that would shift the tax burden, really. What's going on?
Right. Well, and I started the article when I was thinking about it, and I quoted that in the article. When the government asks for more money, we usually balk at that and say, hey, wait a second, do more with less, work with what you have. Don't tax us any more than what you need to. We don't often think of that with power. And that was the one thing that I was really trying to, follow the breadcrumbs, so to speak, and really just kind of flesh this out. Is the Constitution is the thing that gives the government power, right? Our own Wyoming Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, talks about that all power is inherent in the people. People are the ones that are entrusted with expansive freedoms. The Constitution really is a charter document that authorizes the government to act in particular ways on our behalf. And so it is a charter document that endues power. And when we change that Constitution, we are essentially giving the government more power. And so the question that I have is, are they using the power that they have right now in an adequate way? We just changed the Constitution last year. You'll recall Amendment A. It created a subclass of property within our Constitution. The legislature hasn't done anything with that. It's almost like they ignored the Wyoming people and said, we're not gonna do that. Well, wait a second. The people spoke, the people changed their constitution. They authorized the government to use this power, and the government hasn't used that power. And now the government's coming back around and saying, well, actually, we want you to give us even more power so that we can just do what we want with respect to property taxes. And that's the rub. That's the issue that I'm struggling with right now. There's lots of debates on whether property tax is appropriate or not. The one thing that I keep coming back to is, what is the history of property tax? It's not like this is some new thing. This isn't new in Wyoming's history. It's not new in our constitutional republic. We've had property taxes since the early days of the colonies, before our country was a nation. And in fact, the property tax was the actual tax that, if you want to, every tax is grievous. Every tax is unpalatable. No one likes taxes. But if there was one tax that the founders liked or that they would put up with, it was property tax, right? And there's reasons for that, because really they were, property is where the wealth was. And it was a way for, everybody according to their wealth to chip in and fund the government, in particular local government. And so there's good reasons to have property taxes. There's good reasons to examine this whole situation as well. I guess where I'm struggling with some of this conversation, just following this over the last year or so, is you'll recall that our legislature essentially said, hey, property taxes are getting way too high, or we're hearing from the people, and so we've got to do something, and we're going to put in some temporary measures. We're going to put in some of these exemptions. They're only going to last a year or two. And they did a slew of them, right? And now, and during that time, they told us, this is temporary, this isn't going to be forever. And now fast forward to this interim, and all of a sudden the conversation changed. Now it's, well, actually, we need tax reform. We need to reform the whole system. The sunset dates that were put on those previous exemptions, they've been taken off. So you got legislation coming up that essentially is going to put these exemptions on for perpetuity. Again, is that necessary? Maybe it is necessary, but I guess I'm lost in where the conversation shifted, because we were talking about something that was temporary based upon the needs of the day, recognizing that property tax in itself kind of levels out over time. But now we're being told that the system is so broken that we have to get rid of property tax altogether, and that we have to do something completely different, and we have to give the legislature all sorts of new authority to do that. That sounds more revolutionary than it does conservative, right? I'm a conservative. I want to conserve the system that we have. I'm not really keen on doing the progressive thing, which is overthrowing everything that we have and instituting something new, especially when you consider that the current system that we have, you have things built on top of one another. And so when you pull the rug out, when you change the foundation of the tax policy, then all of a sudden you have to address all of those other little things that were built on top of that existing policy. And I haven't heard really a whole lot of conversation about how to address those things, which is concerning to me.
Yeah, Scott Clem. Now that brings up the deeper dive now into my next question. Yeah, we're talking about Scott Clem, his opinion piece in the Cowboy State Daily, and property tax relief. We saw the last go around the legislative session that we applied some temporary measures to what we just talked about, property tax being a pretty sound tax, pretty basic, certainly long-standing, reasonable. Wyoming is a state with a very good constitution and how it addresses taxing its people, especially. We're the example. And so the temporary Band-Aid solution was a nice fix for some people. And then you're right, Scott, all of a sudden we've pivoted from that to taking the blue pencil to the state constitution and altering state constitution. That's a little more drastic. Help me understand, though, how it is a alarming change for you in taking away a tax. I'm thinking, property tax, strike it from the concept. I'm like, oh, that's good. Adding a tax, I'd be like, wait a minute, lawmakers, what do you think you're doing with the Constitution? They want to take one away. Should be a good thing, right? Or no?
Well, they want to take one away, but they want to increase another, right? And so that's where you get this shifting of tax burden, because they're not just talking about getting rid of property tax and that's it, like Yahoo, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, we're only talking about one class of property. So there's like 4 different classes of property. There's minerals, industrial, residential, agriculture, et cetera. They're talking about getting rid of property tax just for residential, like on your personal home. That sounds great, right?
Yeah.
Except when you think about now you're going to increase the taxes, in particular sales tax, and you're going to shift that tax burden from the residential class onto the other property classes. You see, how does that work? Well, it works. Take industry. So in my neck of the woods in Campbell County, of course, minerals is huge here. Not only do they pay a significant amount of ad valorem taxes, property taxes, when it comes to minerals, they also pay a significant amount of sales tax, right? So if we're talking about doubling our sales tax, or not doubling, it's up by 50%. So if we're going from 4% to 6%, that is a 50% increase then on industry in my neck of the woods. So we are shifting the tax burden. We are taking it from residential people and we are putting it even more on industry. And if you recall, the conversation throughout the decades has been, we really need to diversify our tax base because we rely so heavily upon the energy industry. And now we're relying upon it even more by taking steps in this direction. So that's one example. Another example of how this hasn't really been thought through is, take service and improvement districts or improvement and service districts, either one. That's when, if you live out like kind of in the county, let's say, and you live near your neighbors and you have a road and you all decide we're going to put together a district. We're going to do all the process. We're going to vote for it. We're going to vote to tax ourselves a certain mill levy. And that's how it's funded. It's funded through property taxes. So we're going to tax ourselves voluntarily through a vote of the people. And we are going to raise funds for X, Y, or Z, right? It could be a road. It could be a water main. It could be some sewer or something like that, some service and improvement district. And that's how those things are handled right now. They're handled through property taxes. But if you say, you know what, we're getting rid of residential property taxes altogether, where's the funding going to come from for those service and improvement districts? And so that's one question. Is that, well, okay, is it going to come from the additional raised sales tax? Well, how is that going to work? How does that formula flesh out? And how do you do that amongst the many different service and improvement districts? So in Campbell County, we have around 50 of those things. So that's 50 service and improvement districts, and we have to then create a formula, I guess, to take that additional sales tax revenue and somehow divvy it to those service and improvement districts. But then the other piece of that, which really hasn't been thought through, is when you create a service and improvement district, you're putting your name on the dotted line. There's buy-in because you are saying, I am taxing myself. I am taxing myself additionally on my property to pay for something that I think is a necessity. Okay. How do you do that with sales tax? In other words, there's no buy-in. So let's say a neighborhood north of where I am, let's say they decide, all this goes through, no more property tax, and they decide we want to create a service and improvement district because we want to get a piece of that pie, a piece of that additional 2% that's being raised. And so what happens? Well, what happens is the pie slices just getting cut thinner and thinner and thinner, or smaller and smaller. You're not actually raising any additional revenue. You're taking that additional 2% because that's it. That's what they're proposing. And you are then allowing essentially other service and improvement districts to then form with no additional buy-in on their part, but it's obligating the funds that are being raised through sales tax. I hope that makes sense. It's a little bit convoluted, but that's the kind of stuff that we really need to be thinking about. And we're not. This isn't a conversation that's happening. It's, let's just get rid of property tax. This is going to be great. And so hold on a second. You got all of these other policies that you have to think through. And if you don't, you're going to create chaos. You're going to create instability. You're going to create a royal mess. That's what you're going to do. And your constituents aren't really going to be happy about that. So you have to be thoughtful about this. And we're not being very thoughtful. It's just, we want power. That's the way I perceive it. We want power. Give us power. Well, hold on a second. What are you going to do with that power? And what are you doing with the power that you have right now that the Constitution gives you? How about we focus on that before I give you any more of my power?
Good point. In this case, we should look a gift horse in the mouth. If you're a residential property owner and you saw the escalation of your property tax and you said, man, this is not sustainable, and you are offered some low-hanging fruit, you're going to grab right at it, man. But be careful what string is attached to that. We're shifting. Tax burden is all you're doing. It's all give and take. If we give you, we got to take somewhere. And this tax, you're right, Scott, tax on property and property value seems to be, and none of us like tax. Scott said that right off the beginning. We don't like tax, but the notion of it is it does fit closest to what, it's sort of like a better functioning HOA fee in my mind, because there's real buy-in. It isn't when I spend my money, that I'm going to be taxed. It does seem to be I don't know, a tax with some real substance, real soul, real I don't know. I'm not thinking of the words.
Right.
I like it. Although, Scott, if I give it to you to fix, property tax is gone crazy because of the real estate. Maybe it all evens out in the end, but for those that are watching their property tax double, I mean, what is the answer?
Right. Well, and I think the legislature has done some good things.
Yeah.
So let's congratulate them in the things that they have done. In particular, we have a property tax refund program for those who are below a certain income threshold. And our Constitution allows for that. Our Constitution allows for those kind of refunds for the necessary support of the poor. We do that. That's a really good thing. We've done that for seniors as well. Everybody is horrified and thinks it's appalling. I mean, absolutely appalling for grandma to potentially lose her house because her property taxes are raised. Nobody thinks that's a good idea. There are ways to fix that. We could institute a law, the legislature could do that essentially says, hey, if you're above a certain age and you fall behind in your property taxes, the government can't take your home. We'll wait until the person dies, and then when the home sells, we'll collect the taxes that, should have been paid or something in the past. That could be done. The legislature hasn't proposed anything like that. What they have proposed, which is a good thing, I believe, is for those, the long-term homeowners, right? So if you've been a property owner in Wyoming for 25 years, I think the issue is you get your taxes half off or something like that, right? And that's one of those that it had a sunset, but they're removing the sunset because they want that to go on in perpetuity. And that's okay. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Where I think the emphasis needs to be placed on in particular is for those who can least afford it, right? If we are talking about escalating prices and we are talking about that putting the pinch on people, they're just struggling with their finances. Well, let's help those in that bucket. Let's help those in that class of people, which the Constitution allows. Let's have something means tested so that we can say, yes, we're gonna help these people out. We're gonna help our fellow Wyomingites out with their taxes, but we're not gonna give that same deal to the multimillionaire in Jackson, right? The multimillionaire in Jackson who's lived here for 25 years, they get 50% off their taxes too. Yahoo, right? Do they really need that? No, they really don't need that. They can afford to pay that. And that's the whole idea of this whole progressive system, which isn't new. I mean, I think it was James Madison or Thomas Jefferson. Our founding fathers talked about this stuff. And they talked about how, and that was the whole idea with property tax to begin with, is because those who could afford to pay, those, that's why property tax was chosen. That's why it was relied upon, because it was consistent, because it was fair. So I think that's where the focus needs to be in the legislature in particular is let's focus on the means tested stuff. Let's help the people at the bottom of the pile. Yeah, across the board cuts, that's great. But is that prudent? Is that necessary? Is that wise? Does it really help the people that are still in the bottom of the pile, or are they still suffering too while everybody else gets an across the board cut, but they're still hurting and you haven't addressed that class? And that's where I think the emphasis needs to be. So there are ways to address our problems and to do it with the existing power that the Constitution gives our government right now. They don't need additional power.
Scott Clem joins us this morning. We're talking specifically about the legislature's Joint Revenue Committee that created a bill that would eliminate property tax, residential property tax. Be careful, though. Every decision, nothing lives in a vacuum, Scott will tell you. And for every yin, there's a yang. And this measure to eliminate property tax would be an alteration of the Constitution. That seems drastic, and it seems like a power move. Is Scott Clem the only one who sees it? I don't know. Scott, thanks for writing that. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We'll be right back. Special guest Dominic Valdez next after this.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakovic. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakovic, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's Dominic Valdez in the discussion with us. Dominic, you're the first of 2 Dominics we're going to have on the show today. I consider that a rarity.
There's not that many Dominics around.
That's what I'm saying. So we're going to talk a little bit of real estate. That's right in the wheelhouse of this guy, Dominic Valdez. You with Number One Properties in Cheyenne, is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
How's business?
It's good. Personally, I've had a really good third and fourth quarter.
Excellent. I want to talk about, though, while overall numbers look good, the 30,000-foot view of real estate is usually pretty positive. There are things going on within the real estate market that are troubling. For instance, trying to find a starter home for your average family. There's challenges. But first, I want to talk about the story in the Cowboy State Daily about Sleepy Hollow. Don't look for that on a map or bring your magnifying glass. Where is Sleepy Hollow and what is it, Dominic?
Sleepy Hollow does not exist. It's supposed to be just outside of Laramie. And the most expensive small town in Wyoming, right? But as I understand it, it does not exist. My guess is it's maybe AI was assisting the article in Realtor.com, and I think it maybe had a hallucination.
It could have. We hear about that all the time. Renee Jean has the story. Sleepy Hollow, the most la-di-da, Tony, she place you can buy into in real estate. I find that hard to believe, living in the number one place myself, Jackson Hole. But we do see this happen, Dominic, and I saw it prior to AI where sometimes when you're doing this big market research, you need to draw on data, and the data derived from the census is where you could get some people going wrong, especially if there's not a knowledgeable person about Wyoming, or especially if it's AI, it'll see something like a census designated place, which is Sleepy Hollow or Rafter J in Jackson Hole or the Holeback in Jackson, or even the ranchettes in, that could be considered a town if you're a stupid robot, right?
Right. Oh yeah, most definitely. So I could see how those mistakes could be made. If anybody who lives here in Wyoming is going to know that the most expensive property is going to be in Teton County somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, most likely. But when you do have little pieces carved out, like if you just say Cheyenne in general, that could include some easier to buy in places in Cheyenne that maybe aren't as chic. But if you really want to make it look like, and I'm going to blame real estate agents a little bit. Let me ask you, Dominic, if you get a very affluent client, a customer, and say, I want to really thinking about relocating in Wyoming, in the Cheyenne area. I want like a gated community type of feel. We have lots of money's no object. You're not going to sell them necessarily Cheyenne or downtown Cheyenne. You may refer to Sleepy Hollow. We need to get you into Sleepy Hollow.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting. We have a few pretty high-end neighborhoods around here. But if you're looking to spend millions, currently I think we have maybe 11 listings that are over $1 million. Right now. And I remember probably 10 years ago, we maybe had one or maybe not even that. Times have changed in Wyoming or in Cheyenne in particular, but, we don't have a whole lot to choose from as far as, if you're looking at spending $2 million or $3 million, maybe you ought to be looking in the areas of, Teton County and Jackson Hole. If that's your goal.
Yeah. Well, what about the overall? I mean, you've been in real estate long enough to see changes. There was when was the kind of the bust, the downturn? 2008? Is that?
Yeah.
That was
2008, 2009.
Yeah, and even that. Wyoming, I thought weathered it relatively well compared to the nation because there were people that had the means to buy, opportunistic buyers at that time or during a downturn. Tell me about Wyoming and how affected are we by national trends? Are we relatively shielded? If the national trend is up or down, does Wyoming experience the same, but what I perceive with a little bit of lag time? It feels like we're a year behind what the nation is doing. I don't know. How does Wyoming fit into what you see nationally?
Absolutely. There is a lag time. It hits us slower and later. And we don't have the high highs that a lot of areas have, but we don't have the low lows either. I mean, it's steady. I mean, we've been pretty... probably over the last 20 years or so, we've been at 4.5% appreciation, which is not gangbusters, but it's not bad at all. And even in the worst of the downturn, 2008, 2009, I think we were down maybe 3%. And just 40 miles away over in Greeley, they were the foreclosure capital of the United States at that time. So we did weather it really well. And we are a little bit sheltered, seems like.
Yeah, we're a little bit bulletproof, a little bit immune to the extreme highs and lows. Yep, and I saw it in Jackson where whenever you have a downturn like in 08, 09, it tends to flush out some of the wannabe millionaires and allow the real billionaires to come in and opportunistically buy. But it keeps the market from real crash. It keeps you kind of mid. We're talking to Dominic Valdez with Number One Properties in Cheyenne. We started with the idea that there's no Sleepy Hollow any more than there's a Rafter J as far as a town. Now, these are subdivisions, maybe. They share in common, they have an HOA, which might be the definition of a town, a community, as far as AI thinks. You got an HOA, you must be a town, but... without a post office, a church, and a bar, are you really a town in Wyoming? Dominic, let me ask you about the game inside the game. Real estate, for the most part, boy, not much can throw a speed bump into real estate the way it's going, and property values and inventory decreasing, even with higher mortgage rates, maybe made the market a little sluggish. But the lack of inventory is, man, that's it's made for what economist Eric Protzer says is an inelastic, rigid housing market. The national lack of affordable housing that many of us could buy into, that's also reflected in Wyoming. Wyoming does follow suit in that trend. It's tough to get an average starter home, half acre, 2-bedroom, 2-bath. I mean, are there enough of those in Wyoming, in Cheyenne?
No. Bottom line is no. We do need to bring more units online, with new construction and such, and that's happening somewhat, but we're definitely behind as far as inventory goes. I think we sit at about 2.3 months of inventory right now here in Cheyenne, which is low, but the interest rates keep things balanced. It can be there can be opportunities for buyers, and also, it's a solid market for sellers as well. I mean, it's relatively balanced.
The tight inventory and the relative wealth of buyers, both in numbers and in money, meant a few years ago, Dominic, we saw things like homes were getting snatched up at a viewing. People came in with a cash offer 10% over the asking. Is that still happening, or are we cooling a little?
No, we're not there anymore. There are sellers out there that still think that we're in the 2021, 2022 markets, but the pricing is essential now. I mean, we can't just throw a price at a property and expect to get it, within hours like we were. Definitely pricing is essential, and pricing it right. And buyers have a little bit more time to shop around and more homes to look at this time. So,
yeah. Let me ask you, Dominic Valdez, what's your advice working with a seller, trying to come up with that first asking price? It's tricky. The seller is thinking maybe of the times where, oh man, I'm going to make bank on this. You're saying this is the market now. Trust me. And somehow you got to meet in the middle, because I don't know, Dominic, is it bad to shoot high? The seller may say, hey, let's shoot high and see if I get somebody who rolls up, who's got the means. Or is it bad to say after 30 days, we're going to go through a $20,000 price reduction? What does that look like? So how do you advise to sell in this market?
I advise to price it right to start off with. I think you're going to get your most traffic within the first week or two that you're on the market. And if you're deemed overpriced, then those buyers that come through, they're going to move on. They're making offers on different houses that are more competitively priced. So you're actually, if you're pricing too high, you might be helping to sell your neighbor's house. So I think it's essential to be priced right from the get-go. Like I said, those days are past. Not to say that we might not come up on that market again, but those days are past. I mean, in 2021, you could throw a price out there and maybe you can get 2, 3, 4, 5% more, but it's not happening right now. You gotta be priced right to start with when the traffic's coming through, and maybe even hope for multiple offers, and that's really how you get a good price for your property.
Yeah. One last thing, Dominic, we're about out of time. Dominic Valdez, #1 properties in Cheyenne. What about the inventory is tight for your typical starter home, even your mid-level, single family, mid-size home. What about an alternative of going to a condo or townhome scenario? What's the inventory like there? And is that market got a lot of VRBO? Do people buy with the intent to rent them? or are they still available? What would you advise on, like an apartment, a condo, a townhome?
I don't advise against them for sure.
Yeah.
It's definitely a viable option. And they're typically a little bit more affordable than a single family home. What's important is that you are gaining the appreciation that you're in the game, actually. And it is difficult. Their affordability is a concern for sure.
Yeah. Real estate. You have to remember that so many people, you lose sight of the fact that your house is a home. So many people are in the mindset today that the house is an asset. The house is, it has a return on investment. That's for sure in real estate.
Yep.
Well, Dominic, thank you so much. We got to touch base with you again. It's a fascinating topic. All of us pretty much are involved in real estate one way or another, and we love to, window shop and watch it as a spectator sport. Especially when it goes bonkers. Yeah, we need you to make sense of what's going on in real estate.
Happy to come back anytime.
Thank you. Dominic Valdez, number one properties in Cheyenne. Thanks, buddy. Have a great Monday.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, interesting. We got started off on that topic just thinking about Sleepy Hollow and what is Sleepy Hollow. The difference between Sleepy Holler and Sleepy Hollow is about, $300,000. If you're looking for a place in Sleepy Holler, that's probably the double wide. Sleepy Hollow, yeah, an affluent neighborhood like Ranchettes of Cheyenne, kind of like Rafter J in Jackson or Holback. Not real towns, they're census-designated places. And they tend to pop up in lists generated by chatbots, by robots, by AI. Could be AI slop. But it was a nice place to start out with Dominic and just talk real estate. Hey, it's time for news. We'll catch you on the other side.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After 35 years as a dispatcher with the Wyoming Highway Patrol, Chris McGuire is retiring. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that she handled everything from domestic disputes to blizzards and everything in between.
Chris didn't set out to become a dispatcher, but at the time she was working for a hospital cleaning rooms, and she absolutely hated it. So she saw a job for a dispatcher. And she took the job, and it didn't go well initially. It's high stress. She didn't know what she was doing, and she got a call that almost made her quit. A woman called and said, there are kids all over the road. And you can imagine how terrifying that was for her.
During one treacherous Wyoming snowstorm, Chris tells Cowboy State Daily she worked 37 hours straight. There have been only 2 major eruptions of Yellowstone's Steamboat Geyser in 2025, and it's been more than 200 days since its last eruption. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that scientists have no idea when it will erupt again, and it has stopped exhibiting one of its only predictable behaviors.
What scientists are concluding is that Steamboat has had another active period that lasted for several years, and now it's winding down. It could erupt tomorrow. It could erupt next month. It could erupt sometime within the next 50 years, as it has gone up to 50 years without a major eruption. Now, how likely it's that? Not very likely. The normal behavior of Steamboat is that it erupts frequently for a few years for a short period, and then it goes back to a period where eruptions occur once every few months or once every few years.
The last major eruption of Steamboat Geyser, which sent water 300 feet into the air, occurred on April 14th. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories. Real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it, and no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances. And you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Brush Creek Ranch's new chef, Nicholas Pisare, brought 2 Michelin keys to a resort in Colorado, the state's only such property. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that if he can do the same for Wyoming, that would expand Wyoming's Michelin footprint somewhere else besides Jackson Hole.
Michelin keys are a little different than stars. Michelin keys are for resorts that have dining establishments, but you can't just eat there. And so they came up with these Michelin keys to kind of recognize those places that have outstanding food. This guy has already done it once. He's very que sera about whether he'll do it again.
Pisare tells Cowboy State Daily that Brush Creek's leadership has been curious about Michelin keys and what the process is, but they're not fixated on that as a goal. Marty Simonich has driven his white 2001 Subaru Legacy sedan nearly 1 million miles. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Marty has driven through snowstorms, across the Bonneville Flats at 120 miles an hour, into at least 4 deer, and through Jackson Hole, where his odometer turned 777.
He's excited to share his story. He doesn't know what's going to happen. He's got a digital readout, and it's going to hit 99999. And what's next? He doesn't know if it's going to just go to zeros, if it's going to be all exclamation points or like a congratulations. And Subaru doesn't know.
Marty tells Cowboy State Daily that he has a 150-mile round-trip commute from his home to his job, but he's also taken many road trips in his Subaru. So far this year, 71 grizzlies have died in and near Yellowstone, compared to a record of 72 in 2024. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that experts are saying it's not surprising, and it's actually a good thing.
A lot of it has to do with the fact there's just more bears.
12 of the bear deaths remain under investigation with no official cause yet listed. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction, a chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday. It's Dude Dad with us, Taylor Calmus. You probably know him as Dude Dad. I'm so excited to have you on. You're the most famous person we've had on. Seriously.
Wow.
And we've had the governor on and Senator Barrasso and all them, but
that's awesome. Well, that's a high accolade. I appreciate that.
It's Dude Dad. I'll say this. He's got more followers on his YouTube channel than we do. Tell us what's the secret? Dude Dad is so funny. I don't know how to describe the video shorts. First, I want you to give us a little background on who you are and how you came to be Dude Dad and the short videos, which so many people are doing them now. It's almost easy to get lost in that wash. But
for sure. I was lucky enough to start 10 years ago, so I kind of got ahead of the curve before it became really popular to be a content creator. But I started 10 years ago, almost to this day. We are like approaching our 10-year anniversary because I started the channel 2 weeks before my son was born. My wife and I are both from the Dakotas. I grew up like rural South Dakota, so not too different than Wyoming. We moved to Los Angeles for 10 years to pursue entertainment, and I had a little success there. Was on Jimmy Kimmel Live like 10 times and stuff, but ultimately wasn't making a living, to raise a family. And then we got pregnant, and I was like, oh man, I've been here 8 years and I don't really have a backup plan. So I started Dude Dad just as a way to stay creative while being a dad. And because I'm like, well, when we move back to the Midwest, I'll have a creative outlet. That was my whole plan. And then it kind of took off and just caught fire. And we went from, our first year, we had about 2,000 followers at the end of the year on Facebook. And then at the end of the second year, we had 100,000. And then at the end of the third year, we had 1 million.
Yeah.
So it just kind of snowballed, and we found what works. And yeah, that's my story.
And you're sticking to it. Taylor and his wife Heidi now count subscribers in the millions. They don't deal with chump change like thousands, millions. I'm talking. You just showed up organically, by the way, in my feed. It was the Funko bit.
Funko, okay, yeah.
It just
nice.
I don't know what analytics drove it to me, but I saw it maybe because I subscribed to Kim and Penn Holderness. Do you know the Holderness at this? They're funny. I love that stuff. I love family humor. We all do. If you got kids, if you got a family, if you got a spouse, there's so much material there, huh?
Absolutely. I mean, like when I make content, I really just try to hold up a mirror and show you your experience as a dad, as a husband, as a wife, as a spouse, show you what your wife is like, what you're like, what your dad is like. That's kind of our shtick.
Yeah.
That and building crazy stuff. Right now, I just finished building a pirate ship for Halloween out of my golf cart, and then I just took that apart very sadly. But now it's Santa's sleigh, and it has jets on it too. It has there's no reindeer. There's just jets.
Well, slaying is what this guy does with his with his stuff, like the Stranger Things monster that you did for Halloween. That was insane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The big question is how does this guy's neighbors deal with this? Because we built like a 10-foot tall mine flayer in our front yard for Stranger Things for Halloween. It was actually a couple years ago, but
it was so cool. So in addition to being content creator, pretty funny guy, and the guy behind Dude Dad, Taylor also. It can be found frequently at the self-help counter at Lowe's. 600 trips to Lowe's, and you might have a bathroom job done.
Yeah, for sure. A couple more days construction. That's my company. We're always almost done.
Yes.
When we moved to Fort Collins 6 years ago, we bought a fixer-upper.
Yeah.
Sight unseen, the channel took off. Me and my wife were dead broke. And then all of a sudden we had a little money, and I was like, we could own a house, not here, somewhere else. So we moved to Colorado. This was 6 years ago when it was still slightly affordable. But bought this house sight unseen. And we have now, after 6 years, renovated every single room. And there's a video on every single square inch of renovating. We also added on 600 square foot to the front of it because the house was plenty big. It felt like a mansion when we first got it. But then my wife just kept having babies. So we needed more space.
Mm-hmm. Well, my favorite, Heidi is such, she's so deadpan.
She's a team player. Yeah, she's great.
She is your superpower. Your performance review bit. That was my favorite thing. Every dad, every husband can get with that. You were thankfully, spoiler alert, rehired for a 12-month probationary period, but the concerns were the amount of time spent in the bathroom and your communication skills, which for most husbands is like a one-word answer when you text.
Yeah. Well, she has this ability to like call me whenever I'm like in the middle of 3 things.
Yeah.
And just be like, hey, so I just went to the post office and I think I'm going to go get something to eat. And I'm like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
What do you need something? What's going on?
Yeah, and you're up to here with whatever's going on with you. Totally get been there. So I do.
No, but Heidi's like truthfully, I think more popular than I am at this point. Like people just love Heidi because she is so authentic. This is not her world at all. She like worked in nonprofits, working with victims of human trafficking. And then like I just kind of started putting her in some videos. And she's just naturally really good at it. And people just love her. So now she's literally our secret sauce. We're like, we want to get more views, put Heidi in the video.
Totally. We're talking talking to Dude Dad Taylor Calmus, who might write her parts, but yeah, Heidi, she just plays the wife and does it really well. Really funny. So I want to go back to the Dakota days. You met in college, you two. I mean, it's pretty rare for somebody as creative, artistically talented as you to make a jump from South Dakota to LA. I mean, like, how did that come out? How did you two meet in college, and how did you say, hey, let's do some stuff on the left coast?
Yeah, so I mean, I got out to LA because I just had supportive parents that knew that I was meant for something else, and they supported that idea. And which is crazy because like, I think they also hate California, but they also knew that like, that's where the thing was happening that I needed to be involved in, at least for a period of time to like, to learn. There's no better way to learn entertainment than being in the mecca of it. So yeah, I had supportive parents that let me go out there to do basically a semester abroad through my college. So I got to go out for 1 semester and like get an internship in the film industry and like meet a bunch of people. And then I came home to finish college because I was a junior. And when I came home, a friend of mine was doing her directing showcase class, and she had to like direct a play, and she cast me in it and Heidi. And I never met Heidi, and Heidi wasn't a theater major, but she was just friends with this gal and was like, hey, will you be in my play? And she's like, sure, it's with this guy, Taylor. Okay, cool. So that's how we met, and is doing a play together. And then we ended up getting married on that stage at the University of Sioux Falls as well. So
very cool. Yeah. Taylor then parlayed all that success and fame of South Dakota, got out to Los Angeles, and you may be able to see his work on the Jimmy Kimmel Live, the 2015-16 era, played a few bit parts on that. But then the kids came. Kids are expensive, and it's time to do some adulting. You got to buy a home. You got to move. And now you're in the Front Range. You're in Colorado, Fort Collins. Colorado's got no end to comedic fodder, I would imagine. I see a lot of stuff where you deliver like the stereotypically Colorado.
Yeah, so I waited a good like year of living here before we made any Colorado content, because I wanted to make sure I got it right. And then, the first video we made was like spends 2 weeks in Colorado, and it was just like me as the stereotypical like Front Range, like Chaco wearing, IPA drinking, trekking poles, Subaru driving guy. And that crushed. But then slowly we realized that like, that's really just one person or one type of person in Colorado, because there's different sections, right? Like the people east of 25 are not that guy. The people east of 25 drive F-150s and wear work boots and drink light beer. They're very different. There's way more Wyoming, really. Like you go east of 25 and you're just in Wyoming.
Yeah. Good point. That's pretty cool that you honored that. You wanted to get the nuances right. You wanted to get the right feel because it's cheap. It's low hanging fruit. It's a cheap shot to just go the hippie route. The medical marijuana, that whole. But yes, everybody's kid in the Front Range is named Aspen or River or both.
Or Willow. Yep.
Or Willow.
Rocky. Yeah.
A lot of Cheyenne spelled 5 different ways. That's good stuff. So tell me about now doing a live show. So the video stuff, short form video, like we said, is so popular now. You see the reels, you see the stuff everywhere. And this is where you're going to see Dude Dad. And we're going to tell you how to find and give him yet one more subscriber so he gets to, 2 million. Jealousy talking, Taylor. So, the live show. What's going on? Tell me about Dominic Syracuse. What's going on?
Yeah, so we started doing a live show about 4 years ago, and it was really just kind of a bucket list thing that I've always wanted to do comedy, like stand-up comedy and stuff. And I'd done it a little bit in LA, but now it's like, hey, I could sell tickets. Let's give it a go. And so, we've built out this show. I've got an hour-long show. Heidi's a part of it because everyone likes Heidi. But also I knew if I was going to do it, I told Heidi, I was like, I won't do it unless you do it with me, because I don't want to go on the road without you and leave you at home with 4 kids. Cause that's just not gonna be good for our marriage. And that's what comes first. What would the channel be if I just ran off, and abandoned my family? But it also means that our tour is, we don't do a lot of shows every year, and it's all broken up. So we do 2 to 3 shows a weekend, and then we don't do a show for 2 weeks. And then we do 2-3 more shows, and then we don't do a show for a couple of weeks so that the kids don't forget who we are. And so far that's worked. Yeah.
So don't miss a chance to see Taylor Dude Dad. What is it billed as if we happen to see the marquee?
I think we're calling it Parents Night Out because it's a show really built for parents, not kids. Most of the humor is similar to what's on the channel. We push the envelope a little bit farther though, to the point where some people might squirm a little bit in their seats if they bring their 12-year-old with, because it's a lot of parent humor and couples humor, but it's really geared for them. But it's a good time. We've been working on this show for the last couple of years now and just taking it to new places. So it's gotten pretty dialed in, and we're having a lot of fun with it.
Dude Dad, so funny. I watched 2 seconds of the one reel opening biscuits in full Bomb Squad gear, and it totally resonated because who among us has not? I'm afraid to open the biscuit thing, right? Because it's like it's like
an little explosion.
It's like an IED, man. I'm like,
originally I had the idea. The original idea was built around opening my wife's pressure cooker, because I'm always terrified of that thing.
Yeah.
And then, we've got a small team that work with us, and the one guy, Ben, that works with us goes what if it was like a biscuit, the biscuit tube? And I was like, oh, that's better. Let's do that. And then I got a contact at the Fort Collins Police Department, and I just texted them. I was like, hey, do you guys have a Bomb Squad suit? And they were like, yeah, we got one. You want to use it? I'm like, yeah, could we use it?
Yeah.
So they just came over to my house with this $30,000 Bomb Squad suit, which, by the way, weighs 80 pounds.
Oh, it looks it.
It's hot. It gets real hot in there, but more than anything, I was exhausted after just wearing it for a half an hour.
Dude, you should have had the robotic dog, the dog robot that goes in and pokes the let him go in first. That observational humor that Seinfeld brought to TV, that's Dude Dad, observational family humor, and everyday things that just strike him different than they strike us. He finds humor, mine's gold in the humor, and
that's the beauty of having ADHD. I see things a little different.
Where do we go to become your latest subscriber? You're on socials everywhere.
Yeah, just search Dude Dad on whatever platform you use.
Yeah.
And if you go to dudedad.com, we got all kinds of fun merch for Christmas for mom and dad. And that's where you can find tickets to our live show. We will be in Cheyenne. What's the date? The 15th, January 15th?
Sounds right. It's January sometime. I have to ask Dominic.
Middle of January, Cheyenne.
Okay.
It's gonna be awesome.
All right. So I only knew of, one last thing I wanted to ask you, Taylor, because it is family. What is the role of the kids? Now, I only know of a Theo and a Junior. There's two more?
Theo, Juno, Otto, and Kelso. Yeah.
Okay. Now,
and their role is to just be kids.
Yes.
When I first started the channel, Theo and Juno were in it quite a bit, but since it's gotten bigger and we've got more kids, and we've had to kind of structure it more like a business, they're involved a lot less because this is not their job. This is their dad's job. So like, I'm going to be shooting a video with the two little ones here coming up soon, but anytime they're in a video, it needs to just be very simple, and because this isn't not their job. I don't want them to grow up with a camera in their face. So I know I've said, people say that in the comments. They're like, your content's changed. Where are your kids at? You never put your kids in your stuff anymore. This isn't about fatherhood anymore. I'm like, well, it's because I'm trying to be a better dad. Like I don't want them to grow up, just working for their old man. And, if they're in a piece of content, it's because they wanted to be,
Yeah. And I would imagine most of their material is pretty much not scripted. It's them being typical kids like dad,
Yeah, we do some stuff like where we get them, like when they're really little, like my 4-year-old, my 2-year-old, like we're going to shoot some stuff with them as Christmas elves here coming up. And that'll be fun because they'll repeat whatever line you give them, but you don't know how they're going to say it. So it's a pretty good time. And there's always candy on set to be like, hey, try it one more time. I got a sucker right here. Yeah.
I love it, man. Count me as one of the newly initiated Dude Dad. I had a random feed come into my deal, and then this story in the Cowboy State Daily about Taylor Calmus, Dude Dad. Find out more. Search him up. Maybe ask your Googler to do it. Who knows where ChatGPT will send you. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Looking forward to seeing you in Cheyenne. Think about a move to Wyoming. We'd love to have you. We got room.
Okay. Yeah. All right. You got room?
Maybe.
Most people say that. Most people say stay out.
We got room for one more family like yours.
Okay. All right. Got it. Perfect.
All right. Cowboy State Daily. We'll be right back. Mac Watson waiting after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go. somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
The Dutch. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show Monday, and here is the chair of the Denver Broncos fan club, Mac Watson.
Yeah.
Mac, what do you think? I watched me and like two other dudes were the only one watching that game. It was the Raiders Broncos, worst team in football against one of the best. And I have another takeaway from a Broncos game where I'm like, I'm not super impressed. I see the record.
Right.
I see some play, and no one can beat this team. But I'm just watching it. I'm like, they should beat the Raiders 60-0. Yet nobody's really doing it. They don't. But you know who is doing that in the NFL? I mean, a win's a win, right? That's what the coach will say. A dub is a dub.
Right. And that's a great point. That's a great, it's almost like we were sharing a brain last night. I was watching highlights of all the games, and I'm like, certain teams should just be demolishing other teams, and they're not. And that's why I like you share your kind of trepidation. Wait a minute. Are they solid? Are they is the foundation solid enough where we can go, oh, we got this?
Yeah.
I don't think so. And again, how many times, and not that they were in any danger, don't get me wrong, not that they were in any danger with the Las Vegas Raiders, but if you're talking about a pretty good to really good team, you can't go in there and go, we got this. We got this. Now, we do know one team doesn't have it anymore, and that's the Kansas City Chiefs. You cannot legitimately say, oh, they got this game.
Yeah.
Oh, this game is nothing. And I got to tell you, watching the highlights last night, I had no idea Jacksonville was that good. I had no idea that the Patriots were that good.
Oh, yeah.
What? I had no idea that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are supposedly that good, but they're not. They're week to week.
Yeah.
I mean, we know all the bad teams, right? We know the bad teams. We know the teams that are like, 2-10 or 3-9 and all that kind of stuff. But the good teams aren't. And maybe we were spoiled by the Patriots. Maybe we were spoiled by the Belichick era of the Patriots where, oh, it's locked up. Oh, it's just locked up. It'll be a pretty competitive game, but, we got this. Well, you don't have that anymore. Week to week to week, you're going to be sitting there going, okay, all right, let's go. Let's see how this goes. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm confident in Bo Nix. I'm confident in Sean Payton. The defense is good, but it's kind of like, and we've talked about this before, you don't play to the level of the team, the opposing team. Just lock it up and win. And they're not doing that. And that kind of concerns me, that you could get a really bad team, and I'll just throw it out there. Like when they play the Arizona Cardinals, could the Arizona Cardinals, just come out with a win because, oh, surprise, they figured something out? That's what I worry about.
Yeah. But we're not in an era where you can dominate like maybe you could. I mean, I think the talent level is more even. Any given Sunday has never been more relevant. You never know who could bite you in the butt if you overlook them. There is just not that dominant team. We're watching a dynasty shift, the way the Patriots gave way to the Chiefs and the way the Chiefs now, you saw it last year, and the fact that the Chiefs set a record for the most come from behind wins until Denver broke it this year. Come from behind victories do not give me a lot of confidence if I'm a Bronco fan. But hey, man, just keep winning, I guess, and then let's not.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're kind of it's kind of like you're watching your kid drive a car. You want to know that kid can drive the car in any condition, not, let's cross our fingers. It's raining today, it snowed today, let's cross our fingers. No, you don't want to do that. You're right. You want to have confidence. And that also brings me to the Bills.
Yeah.
The Bengals should have never led in that game. And again, another come from behind. Now we know Josh Allen, because he went to Wyoming, he knows how to play in the snow. He knows how to play in the cold. They're great. Cincinnati is a lake effect town. They know how to play in the snow as well. The Browns, the Bengals should have never led in that game. And yet, again, Josh Allen had to come from behind and did so in a very authoritative fashion. Don't get me wrong. But you're just sitting there going, really? Joe Burrow's good. Don't get me wrong. He's a good guy and he's a good quarterback. But they should have never been leading that game at all.
They had more to play for. They were desperate. That's a playoff. That was a play-in. Lose and their playoff chances maybe flying out the window. So they had everything on the line. And yes, Burrow can throw in the snow. That doesn't bother him at all. But you're right. Same thing. If you're a Bills fan, you're like, we got the win, but you just sort of grit your teeth.
There's no utter dynasty. There's no juggernaut that you're like, they're just going to march down the field. Here we go. Here we go. There's not that element anymore.
Hey, what do you think? I don't know if one more topic on sports and then we'll shift gears. I don't know if you follow college football. I don't a lot outside of Wyoming, but Notre Dame's decision, they were overlooked for a bid in the playoffs, and Notre Dame's reaction was, okay, then we're not going to come and play in the sandbox at all. They didn't want an invite to any bowl game when they found out they couldn't get in the big playoff thing. Is that petty, or are they making a typical Notre Dame statement like, we also don't want to belong to a conference?
Right. Yes and yes. Notre Dame is a toddler. I said it. Notre Dame is a toddler.
Woo.
My son did this when he was 4.
Yeah.
He wanted a toy. You didn't give it to him. He had a meltdown. He became, Godzilla with all his other toys. Notre Dame has gotten away with this BS attitude. They are not as good as they were. They are not the Notre Dame of old. It is now a more competitive, more a highly drawn college football program now. And I'm not saying I agree with everything the NCAA does, because I think the NCAA is a joke. But Notre Dame is... okay.
Yeah.
Notre Dame is that chick that was hot in high school, and now she pumped out 2 kids, and she ain't hot anymore. But she still thinks she should be, and she still thinks her milk brings all the boys to the yard. Her milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and it doesn't. It doesn't. Don't get me wrong. Great school. I know alums that go there. A kid from Cody plays for Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Great kid who plays for Notre Dame from Cody High School, right? But stop acting like it's 1935 and you have Newt Rockne. You don't.
Yeah.
So, get in line. Well, I shouldn't say get in line, because that's a totally Catholic school thing to say. But, make sure you understand and read the temperature of the room. Nick Saban ticked you off. Alabama ticked you off for years. And now you get snubbed for a bowl game. And whether it's right or wrong, I don't know. I'm not that much of a college football expert. But you're going to throw a fit like you didn't get prom queen this year? Oh, geez, Louise. Go. Just beat it. Just go. Play South Dakota State next year. I don't care.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In other news, Notre Dame has changed their name from the Fighting Irish to the Pouting Irish. They do not want a bowl pit this year. Yeah,
the Pouting Schoolgirls. Yes,
the time is sort of passed Notre Dame by with number 28 accepted. We're going to be Luke Talich fans right to the end, but
absolutely, absolutely. Don't get me wrong. You can be a Notre Dame fan, and I actually met some Notre Dame alums over the weekend, and you know. I get the attitude, but again, read the room. We have so much parity in college football because of this NIL deal that you're not the Notre Dame of old. I'm sorry, you're not. And I'm not saying it's a title shift, although NIL has made a title shift in college football. But little grace, you know, a little you know, be a good sport about it. Say, you know, hey, we're going to take all our toys and go home? No, I'm sorry.
Mac Watson is in the room. Tell us how you really feel, Mac, as he dumps on Notre Dame. One more thing before you steer the discussion. I did want to hit this because I talked about it first thing this morning. It may not be the big news story you're thinking, but it was for me because the topic resonates. Scott Schwebke's story about tattoo regret and tattoo removal. Tattoos, fascinating. You know, and I was saying, boomer like me back in the day, there was one tattoo color, prison blue, and you got it basically in one part of your body, the bicep, maybe the inside of the front, but that's it. I mean, that was as far. And then somehow, somebody added color. They started tattooing different parts of the body, below the waist, above the neck, areas that should be off limits. And we get sleeves going. And it's no wonder that now one of the fastest growing industries is tattoo removal, laser places like the one in Casper. Are you tattooed, Mac? Full disclosure.
You what?
Are you tattooed? Are you inked in any way?
And my wife and I go back and forth on this all the time. My wife got a tattoo.
Yeah.
She got a tattoo in honor of her mom when her mom passed away, and she designed it herself. And she, you know, did a bunch of research, and you know, it looks great. And it's not going to, it'll fade over time, but it's not going to look, you know, like all jangly and all that kind of stuff. Like some, I get that. But, you know, I have never, and I don't know whether this is a fault of mine or not, but I told my daughter like a year ago, I said, I have never believed in anything enough to permanently put it on my body. I'm sorry. I just, you know, I'm sorry. Although the coolest tattoo I ever saw was literally a friend of mine had a cross right here. And it was little 2 lines. It was 2 lines. And I said, what is that for? He goes, it reminds me. The cross up means my relationship with God. The cross down is my relationship being a good steward to the earth. The cross to the right is my relationship with myself. The cross to the right, the arm reminds me of my relationship with everybody else. Love it. But you know, the sleeves that come down, and it's got, you know, all this kind of stuff. I'm sorry. So, you know, you get you go back into the 70s and keep on trucking? You know, that's not going to look good these days. Right. You know, what am I going to do? You know, as if, remember when that was a big phrase, as if. I just don't understand that. But to me, and Pete Davidson, remember Pete Davidson from Saturday Night Live? He went
reversed
through thousands of dollars of tattoo removal.
Yeah, you're right, because no matter what the ink, the saying, or the artwork, it's going to appear dated after a certain time, a decade or two later. And of course, in this day and age where relationships aren't what they were, you're going to run out of arm space when you go Stacy, Melissa, Susie. Dude, you're going to run out of skin.
Or like Nick Cannon, he had to get Mariah. Remember, he was married to Mariah Carey?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Mariah on his back. He had to get another tattoo over it to block out Mariah. I mean, it's to all those who have tattoos, you know, it's your own personal deal. I get it. But for me, it's kind of like, I'm gonna spend my money somewhere else. I'm not gonna do it.
It almost leads you down a path of, I didn't really want to date a Christy, but my ex is Chris, and I could just fix the tattoo adding 2 letters.
Right.
Like, I don't know.
Right.
It's so weird. Tattoos. So many people today, it's hard to find someone who doesn't have one. Like everyone.
Oh, yeah.
It's becoming more the norm, although tattoos above the neck, it just tells me you don't really want a job because it gets tough.
Isn't that funny, though? Because that was the whole thing of you only got a tattoo up to a little below your wrist so you could wear a suit.
Yeah.
If you had to go to court.
Yeah.
So the judge would not judge you, or whatever, your lawyer would not judge you. Now people are getting like face tattoos and stuff like that. And I'm like, Mike Tyson looks like a Bengal tiger gone wrong. You know, he looks really bad with a face tattoo. I just don't get it. But, I've been accused of being a grumpy old man before. I'll live with it.
I mean, yeah, me too. I mean, you and I, we're boomers. Sorry. I am. And you're being led down a path when you opt for the facial tattoo. You're choosing a career path there, and it usually ends in the state pen.
And what people don't understand is your body changes over time.
Yeah.
So, like Jelly. Have you seen Jelly Roll? He's lost like 150 pounds.
Yeah.
His tattoos don't fit his face
They don't
anymore.
look right. Right. He looks weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
What else in the news, Mac? What do you think?
Oh, this guy, the report, the story about the man who, a rancher, great guy, Samuelson.
I love Doug.
Yeah. Was in Africa and decided, I'm going to go to a certain part of Africa. I want to see the lions. And somebody said, lions aren't here anymore because, poaching. He actually not only has the idea, but is able to get people around him to go, that's not a crazy idea. They actually transported. They actually flew lions from South Africa to Mozambique over 1,000 miles to repopulate the lion population. A guy from Wyoming.
Love it.
That's going to be my theme from now on through Cowboy State Daily is person from Wyoming. It's like we don't know the meaning of the word no. or that's never going to work. No. They figured out the planes, they figured out the way to transport these lions. And again, this guy just had an idea and went for it. I love these stories.
He definitely a hero. We had him on the show earlier, Doug Samuelson. You probably know him if you're in the Cheyenne area. Doug and Susie, they've won award. They've won recognition from Game and Fish for their conservation, keeping their property. They have the Warren Ranch, like 30,000 acres under easement. Yeah, Doug had this notion. He's like, I wish I could hear the lions roar in Mozambique like they used to. And it was a heavy lift. He didn't do it without help, lots of help. Yeah. Ivan was boots on the ground. Ivan knew how to navigate not only government stuff, because I always think of Africa as a country. It's a continent.
It's a continent.
South Africa to Mozambique, you're crossing country lines. You also had to appease, known as bribe, the local warlords and chiefs and stuff.
Right.
So much paperwork, but they did it. 24 lions, and the bill almost entirely footed by another Wyoming connection, Cabela's. You've heard of Cabela's.
That
the woman,
family.
Mary, grew up in Casper. She's a Casper girl.
Right.
So what a story.
Here's another controversy, and maybe you can help me with this.
Yeah.
Does anybody care about the Olympics anymore?
Jalen Koff
There
does.
is a great story by Zach Sontag, who is a poet among writers.
Yeah.
About the Wyoming freestyle skier who won silver. I love the story. I love her enthusiasm. I'm not hearing any juice about the upcoming Olympics. When we were kids, it was on the Wheaties box. Yeah. It was on the TV. It was, you looked forward, winter or summer. You looked forward to, do you believe in miracles? Yes, or Carl Lewis, or the gymnastics. I don't hear a lot of. We've got great athletes. We've got tremendous athletes who dedicate their lives to winning gold. And this one young lady has basically grown up on skis, and I don't know if anybody knows who she is. And she's already been in one Olympics. She won silver last time.
Yeah.
She grew up in Alta, Wyoming, right there, like kind of on the border, around kind of sort of where you are. And I'm just thinking to myself, I love this story. I think she's great. I totally missed that the Olympics were coming up in February.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. I
know.
don't get where the enthusiasm went.
You're right. Winter Olympics coming to Italy. I heard that they built the hockey rink too small. Like that was weird. They built the hockey rink and it's too short. It's not long regular. But yeah, the luster of the Olympics is really gone. There's no hype. Right. There's no nothing. But don't tell that to the Olympic athletes. Jalen Koff, she was one of those little whippersnappers that would zip around. You're just trying to snowplow and you see like a lightning bolt. That's Jalen. And her mom taught her all the things you're not supposed to do on ski. Her mom taught her how to do a kicker off the catwalk. Right. Like, the resort will tell you, you can't do this, and this. Jalen's mom may be like, here's how you do it.
Here's how we go. We're going to go down this hill, right?
Insane. She's so good.
Right.
Yeah, I reached out. We're going to try to get her on the show. But you're right. Winter Olympics, is it a meh moment? Maybe, but not for Jalen Koff. She's shooting for gold, and she's going to get it.
Yeah. She was I really enjoyed that story. The other story, too, is this guy that a Utah man, Marty Simonich. He has a Subaru Legacy from 2001. He's going to hit 1 million miles. And the big question is, what does the odometer do? What does the odometer do? The odometer can only handle hundreds of thousands of numbers.
Yeah.
So when it hits 9999999 and it turns over, does it go, congratulations? Does it short circuit and because it doesn't know what to do? That's going to be very interesting what happens. And the people at Subaru don't know what happens either. David Madison called Subaru, that's headquartered in New Jersey for America. They had to call the engineers in Japan, and the Japanese engineers said, I don't know. We've never made a plan for this to happen. We never thought somebody could keep a car for 1 million miles.
Oh my! I would have never thought of that. I mean, it's
like a Y2K problem. Remember Y2K? Totally. Where I was like, we're going to switch over to 2000. Everything's going to blow up.
It's 1999 again, where the world's going to stop. This Subaru obviously will stop running. It'll cease to function. As soon as it zeroes out, it'll be like, Rrr.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Interest. I swear there's a Jacksonite who tripped 1 million on her Subaru here a couple of years ago, but I don't know. Yeah, that's a question. Yeah. What happens when you get to 1 million?
There was a person who got 1 million miles on a Toyota Tacoma.
What'd that do?
It got 1 million miles. It turned over.
Yeah.
Toyota gave him a new Tacoma.
Oh, nice.
Will Subaru give him a new car? Subaru.
That's the
balls in your court.
Wait a minute. That's the Swedes, right? Who does the Subaru? Is that a Swedish vehicle?
Yeah. Or the Nordic. Yeah.
Yeah. What will happen? I'm excited to see how close.
No. Subaru is Japanese. I'm thinking Volvo. We're thinking Volvo is Sweden. Yeah, Subaru is Japanese.
All right. I'm going to trust you, Meg.
Yeah.
Okay. When it hits, how close is he? He was at 77777.
He was at 7777, but at some point he's going to be turning 1 million because he's going to keep the car. He's not going to get rid of the car. So within the next 6 months, he's predicting he will turn over 1 million. He already commutes 150 miles round trip a day for work.
Oh, that's how he does it.
That's insane.
Yeah.
But he already commutes 150 miles, and then he takes road trips and stuff like that. So it'll be, I think, within the next 6 months, I think he predicted. But what happens Does it just zero out? Does it say game over and flash, game over? Or, no moss? I don't know. I have no idea.
High score, you win. Yeah.
What's the car you've ever had that you had the highest odometer?
Probably the rig I got now. Diesel will go long. I got a diesel Ford F-350. It's not much. It's like 150,000. I never put very much on before.
I bought a truck. I bought a truck in Phoenix, a Dodge Ram.
Yeah.
That had 235,000 miles on it. And I sold it. And I got a pretty penny for it. This guy really wanted it. And it had 256,000. That's the highest I've ever seen on my car.
That's up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was an 05. That was a 2005 Dodge 1500 Ram. So, it's possible. These cars now, it is possible for you to keep your cars 200, 300, 400,000 miles, but 1 million?
Because primarily we don't salt our roads, you folks from back east. And so the frame, that thing can actually hold together.
And synthetic oil. Synthetic oil has made a huge difference as far as engine wear.
Good point. Good point. So I hope he doesn't miss it, because significant mile markers on my odometer, I always make a note like, I'm going to love to see when it's 1111111. He did catch when it was 7 and got a photo. I hope he doesn't miss when he's at 9999999 and it's going to trip it. But I also hope he's not staring at it while he's driving. Like, I'm almost there. And wham. I don't know.
Exactly. He's run into 4 deer. He's hit 4 deer in the car. He's driven across the country. 1 million miles. I can't even. Is that like to the moon, like to Jupiter and back? I have no idea.
This dude,
that's insane.
He's driven his Subaru to Pluto,
like to Mars
and back
or something. I don't know. It's just nuts.
That's a lot of driving. That's a lot of windshield time. Mac.
Yeah.
Take a break. Let's rest. It's Monday, and it's a lot to take in after a weekend. Hey, thanks for coming up.
All right, man. Good to see you.
Mac Watson, Cowboy State Daily Show. Final break, and we'll run for the finish line now.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
See it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Yeah, just about out of time for the show this morning on a Monday, but we have, I've reached out to Chris McGuire. I want to get her on the show. She's the dispatcher for 35 years. She's answering the 911 calls. Dispatch for Wyoming Highway Patrol. You want to talk about some of the unsung heroes? I would almost say behind the scenes heroes, but they're not really behind the scenes. They may not wear the gun and the badge. Well, maybe they do have a badge. But dispatch, you ask anybody in law enforcement, any first responders, and they will tell you the heart and soul of what they do is dispatch. Taking the call, taking the information, sharing that information, disseminating that information in a calm and timely manner when it's all going to pot, man. That is, what a job that is. They are the most knowledgeable people about any given area. They have to know for instance, the colloquial terms for things. If you say, somebody calls 911 and says, I'm on Highway 28 and there's been a terrible accident, 911 will say, well, do you know the mile marker? And of course, nobody does unless you work in law enforcement or you're a plow driver. You don't know the mile marker. I don't know. I don't see one. But you may give it that colloquial name. You'll say, oh, it's that bend right after Bryan Flats, right there on heck of a hill. And the dispatcher has to know this info and know what the local term is for every stretch of road. And it's just unbelievable the job they do. So we're going to, the story from Jen Coker is about Chris McGuire, who's handled everything from domestic disputes to blizzards to, everything. She once worked 37 hours straight as the person in the headset. Dispatch, the unsung heroes of law enforcement, 35 years, and Chris is going to hang it up, and we're going to get her on the show. That'll be fun to check in with her. That's going to do it for us out of time of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Have a great Monday, y'all. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes